Hello techies, I'm Divya here. On behalf of CyberBrainer, don't you think the world of tech is evolving faster than ever? Now is the perfect time to dive in and build the skills that will take you places. With CyberBrainer, we are putting you in the driver's seat of your own future. We at CyberBrainer don't just teach your interest. We believe that knowledge is power, but it's applied knowledge that truly sets you apart. Whether you're diving into data science, mastering artificial intelligence, or exploring the world of cybersecurity, our courses are designed to give you the skills that matter. So let's jump into the session and make the future yours today. Thank you.
Now I am just going to be deep diving into any business object related report, and I am going to be teaching you one very important concept called as related business objects. Because this is very important for you to understand reportings and also related instances. I didn't want to get into that in the previous sessions because I introduced you single and multi-instance. And then I thought I'll go into reporting introductions, and then I will come back over here, what is called as related business objects. Now let me just introduce what exactly is a foreign key, and whatever you see in a foreign key is exactly what a related business object is going to be. Alright. Now, as you all know, worker is a business object which is going to contain all the worker relevant information and fields which is already available over here. Alright. Now let me pick a specific field from here, which is position, and this position field in my worker business object is going to contain details about the worker's position information. Are you guys with me? What this particular position field in my worker is going to contain is the position information of my worker. Are you guys with me there? Clear on this? What exactly is meant by this position field? Are you with me? Any questions here? See, in this particular business object called as worker, the purpose of this position field is it is going to link or it is going to contain the worker's primary position in my organization. The purpose of this particular field in my worker business object, or in a very simple terminology, in the worker table, the position column or position field is going to contain the worker's primary position in the organization. Alright. It is going to contain the position details. Now what if I want to view the positions information? Remember, in one of the reports, I think it was Nishant's report, we saw that once I click on the position, it navigated across to my position details. It navigated to my position details. Which means let me just run this report definition and I will show you that. This particular position. This is the worker's position information. But if I want to view the position level information, it will navigate me to the position master information maintained in the position table for this particular business object, which is position business object. All of this information about the position, it could be location, it could be position, anything. But this information is not maintained in the worker master data, but it is maintained in the position master data. And what is the linkage between a worker master data and the position master data is this particular field. This particular field is the primary linkage between my worker master data and my position master data, which means this is the common field between my worker information and my position master information. I'm going to have one person linked to that specific position, and this data is maintained in my worker information. And the position master data is also going to contain all the position level master information. Clear on this? And this particular field, we call it as a foreign key or a foreign key relationship, which is common in any database terminology. Even in Workday terminologies, we call it as a linked or related field. We call this field as a related field over here. Clear on this related field is the terminology that we use in Workday. Related field between two different business objects are put in over here worker business object. I'm just picking this position. And now, when I go to my related business objects, we have two sections over here. Let's just first look only at links to related business object. And if I'm going to pick something like position over here, I hit position, which is going to be the position business object. Alright. We know that worker is a business object and we have position as another business object. And the number of links indicates the number of common fields between my worker business object and my position business object. And if I click on this 33, it is going to give all the fields which are common between my worker business object and my position business object. And the number of links is going to give all the fields which are common between my worker business object and my position business object, which are the common fields which are available. Which are the common fields that are available is listed over here. And the most important thing that I might choose is always going to be the worker's primary position. Guys, are you with me? You understand what it is actually. What exactly do you mean by a linked field or a related business object, and how to get this information? View business object report or business object details report, or there is another way also which I have taught you, which is go to question mark. And then in your prefix, find out what is the business object. The prefix is going to be BO. Alright. What I would rather go is BO colon worker. Simple here. Alright. I just put it like BO underscore worker and I'm going to get my worker business object and as much as possible start using prefixes. Start using prefixes as much as possible that you're going to save a lot of time. It's just like a shortcut for you and you don't traverse through much of task, painstaking stuff. It's easy for you to navigate directly to the business object. It's just going to be very, very simple. Alright. Clear on this and clear on what exactly linked to a business object is going to be. Clear on that, right? Any questions? Any other questions? If I can just move on to the next one. Links from. Now we saw from worker business object. What is the linkage to my position? Business object. Alright. If you want, I'll open another one for you to understand that as well. Let me open location that will have one more example. I have position and I'm also having location business object. from my worker. I have 33 linkages to my position. The primary one is going to be the position ID. And then for my location, I'm going to have 42 linkages. A primary linkage is going to be my location ID of the primary location or the primary position's location. Similarly, from my work or business object, I can link to many other business objects. And this is what that linkage is going to give me. And now, what could be the links from related business objects? What could be that? What could be that we saw from worker to location or position, whatever is the linkage? What exactly could be the reverse of that? What could be like links from related business object? What could be the definition for that? Alright, see. Now from my position, what exactly could be the linkage from my position to my worker business object? I have a position open. I'm just opening a sample random position right now. In that particular position, I could have some linkage, which is there to my incumbent persons as well. Who's the incumbent person? Who's working in that position? If I have created such a linkage, then it will be there. Otherwise, it is going to be 0. Like what you see over here. When you tried this particular contingent worker report, between a contingent worker report and my worker report, the linkage that is possible is only a manager or the manager for that particular contingent worker, because that manager is also a single instance field. And again, that manager could also be another worker in my organization. That is why you have that particular linkage. In your report, you can only display information specific to my manager. If you have chosen your primary business object as contingent worker. Alright. Say, if I want to link my contingent worker to my worker business object in my report, the only link field is going to be manager, because manager himself is going to be part of another worker business object. And I'm going to be getting details about that particular manager worker data. That's what happens over there. What exactly is happening in my links to related business object and links from related business object? Clear on this? Any other questions? And now if I want, I can actually say the reverse as well. Say I'm going across the position business object, and in my position business object, I may see many different field names. The position ID, the job, information relevant to that particular position business object. And next I can also see all the related fields of that particular business object. See over here in the position business object, I see many different fields over here which are native to the business object position. And I can also go to a related business object. And if I want some in, say, I have chosen position as my primary business object for my report. And now I want to get some value from my work curve. Then I need to come to this particular business object position, and I need to find the linkage between my position, business object, and my worker business object. And let me show you that. See here. The links from a position business object to a worker business object. We have 51 links. Alright, that is how this actually works, including the worker's position, incumbent information, manager information. All that is going to be available over here. Same way for managers and others as well. Clear on this? And you may ask me a question here. You are seeing 51, but over here you see 0. There is a small crux to it. When we see LRVs, this will be made clearer. When we see LRVs, that is called as lookup related values. This particular information will be made a little bit more clearer for you. For now, just hold your horses. Alright, clear on this? Because currently there is no field which is actually linking between the two in perspective of a worker business object. But from a position business object, in the position data it has links which have already been established. That's how it works. We'll get to that when we go into LRVs. We'll understand that better over there. Alright, clear on this? Can we move on to the next most important topic, which is into reportings? And once you are clear on all the business objects, reporting is going to be more of a piece of cake for you. Because this is the most important thing that you need to understand. What exactly I mean by business object, the related business object, and the data sources which I can possibly use to create my report. Alright. Lookup related value. That is a type of a field which we have, a calculated field which we can possibly create. We've seen about arithmetic calculations and everything. We also have a field type called as LRV, which is called as lookup related value. I've not gone into that because I want to hold it up till I do a little bit of reporting. And then I will jump into that tomorrow because I want you to understand a little bit of crux of all the reportings before we get into that, because it's a little bit of an advanced topic. Once you get a hang of the related business object, then we'll move into that LRV concept, because LRV is typically, once you understand this particular structure, how do you pick from a worker, business object? How do you pick the position level information? In a nutshell, that is what it is. From a worker, business object, how will you get the details of my position? Business object's relevant information. How do you actually get that particular stuff? Just like joining in your relate, in your RBMS terminology, what you do by joining. And once you join in a joint outer join or whatever joins you do, based on that, you're going to pick some field level information. That's what are we? That is lookup return value. So, related to Alright. Let's move on to what we have in the reporting. Possibly for today and tomorrow we are going to be seeing reports. And this is the agenda. We are going to be seeing simple reports, standard custom reports. And we are not going to be seeing scheduling part because scheduling is a little bit advanced topics. I will only teach you the basics of scheduling. I'm not going to deep dive into scheduling and alerts. We will skip alerts for now because that is again another advanced concept in reporting where you will schedule some alerts and you will hit some notifications and everything else. I don't want to deep dive into alerts for now. For now, I don't want to get into alerts. We'll be completely skipping that particular topic. Whereas scheduling reports, we'll be looking at a grazing level. We'll be only grazing through that. We'll not be doing deep dive into reports because we may not be able to test that particular functionality over here in scheduling reports. That's why I'm just going to be only grazing, and I will teach you the concepts as well because it's very, very important and used very, very widely in a real world business scenario. Alright? Now, first and foremost, like I said, reports are kind of in any training sessions that have been part of our. Reports are always a breeze, I would say, because compared to all the other modules or other objects that we have seen, reporting is always enjoyable. And if you do like reporting, can definitely take up Workday reporting as your career as well. There are many advanced concepts in reporting as well. What we are seeing is only the foundation. On top of this, we have something called as Prism reporting, where you're going to do all the data cubes and kind of analytics stuff. And much of stuff is available as well. If you do have interest in reporting, or if you do have some prior knowledge of reporting tools, MIS tools like Tableau or Power BI or other stuff, and you do have probably an interest in reporting, definitely you can explore a lot in reporting and you can do much of stuff in reporting and you can take it up as a career in Workday itself, because that's a good career actually, because it's not going to involve a lot of functional configuration and everything. You're going to be scheduling and maintaining several reports. That is a career opportunity that is also there on the Workday side of things. That's another tidbit for you as well. First up, what exactly a report is basically in Workday is just like what you see in Excel or any of the other HRT relevant tools. It's just you're going to be displaying and pulling some information and presenting it to the business in a meaningful format that you can have some business actions taken based on this. That is the whole point of building reports. That is the number one purpose. And again, it is going to actually be used not only within the Workday system, but if I want to generate some data and send this particular report information to a third-party vendor as well, definitely I can use it as well. Say for example, I may actually have a report built to send across payroll relevant information to my third-party payroll vendor, which could be like Ceridian A, D, P, or any of the other pay-click or other payroll vendors which are available in the market. I can build a report and send it across to my third-party vendors as well, which is going to be useful for them to process your payroll or any other information as well. That is the whole host of purposes of having my payroll tables. And the most important thing that you may have to notice, what is the information that I'm pulling from my report? Does it have all the values and meaningful values which are necessary to make a valuable business decision? Number one. Number two, in any reporting standards, you need to ensure that you give information only that is required to the people who are required to see and nothing more. What I mean by that is, you are supposed to give information only that the particular person has asked for. And you should also be careful enough not to expose any of the personal information of an employee to an unnecessary user. If that makes sense to you, because by reporting you can have access to a whole host of information, including the employee's personal information, like your SNN or your other relevant information, your driving license or your SSN or other information. You need to ensure that while building a report, you have proper checks and balances in place, that not everybody is going to be viewing this report. And at the same time, people see only what they are authorized to see and nothing beyond that. Clear on this? Are we clear on the agenda and what exactly we are going to be doing in the report and the two major things that you need to note in a report? Right? The next thing that we are going to see is in Workday, we have two types of reports. One is called as a standard report. Standard reports are Workday delivered reports, which means as a part of your Workday package that you are going to purchase, Workday does deliver certain standard reports, which you can use across the board for your various purposes. These are already available in your vanilla version. This is not something which you are going to build as a custom report. These are just standard reports which are already available in my system, and I need not build any new reports at all. Right? For example, we saw business object details. If you see this is a report, why I am just picking this example is this is just a report which we just saw right now. This is a report definition by itself, and this is, after all, this is nothing but a delivered Workday standard report. And all of these that you see over here translate business process definitions, all business process definitions for business objects. All of these are report definitions only. They are business. Sorry, they are all report definitions only. And in the future, if you want to actually copy them, you can do that as well, which means this particular business object to details report for my report definition. If I have the access to view this here, I think because it's a training tenant, I do not have the access to view it. Let me pick something different over here. Let me pick all employees report. Let me see if I have a standard employee employment history reporting overviews. Alright, this is a custom report over here. Let me pick all employees. We had a report specifically called as all employees report. This employee, this would be good. All active employees. Let me just pick this all active employees report. Right. If you see this particular report, this is again a custom report. People have created a lot of custom reports over here. I've been trying to pick a standard report overview. I was trying to pick a standard report, but how many reports have already been created? Just takes a lot of time for us to do it. It's just a standard report, but it seems to be quite complex. Let me just pick something like Carol Lee over here. This is just a sample example. Standard report over here, which is already available because we have certain reports which is called as standard reports for employees, all of that which is in Delhi. I'm not able to pick one over here. I will just pick something like a lovely standard reports in NC. Alright, let me pick the standard report for worker data. Let me pick find workers. I don't want to get into that because it's going to take some time for me to find that. If you see this particular report, just forget the layout and everything, because layout and everything that you can definitely look at this find workers is something which you have already seen in the first session. If I want to find some worker, I will be using this particular find workers standard report definition. And this is a common report which is available for everybody. I was looking at some other report like an employee, all employees, or something like a report. Let's just ignore that. Move on to this. We have a report which is a standard report called find workers. Basically, if I want to find a worker, I would rather use this particular report over here, which is available. And I can have some search criteria and everything. And from time to time, Workday provides updates for this particular report. And this is our delivered report, which means I need not make any changes over here in this particular report. And it is already available to all the workers and the securities that I already have built in my system, which means it's available to every employee. Unless and otherwise, I'm going to make some changes in my security structure. If I want to hide this to certain people like contingent workers should not be able to see this particular report, I can possibly make some changes over here. That is number one. And number two, the most important thing about a standard report is I can copy this particular standard report as a custom report of mine and make relevant changes over there. Which means I'm going to be copying a standard report and I'm going to create a new custom report as a clone of my standard report, which is called as find workers. It doesn't mean that my previous report definition is going to get deleted. That standard report is going to be available in the original purpose that it was available for. On top of that, I'm going to be creating another report as a clone of my find reports standard report. See, I put this area in find workers. I'm just going to be creating and it's going to be a clone of my report, which I have already created. On the other hand, it's going to retain all the fields, the search criteria, and everything else that I already have. First up, the data source is going to be workers for HCM reporting. It's going to contain all the workers with a single latest row per worker, be it a regular active worker or a terminated worker, who's going to get the last row, as on my term date. It's contain all the information and then further filtering. I filter only my active workers in this particular report. Find workers report. It's a standard report and it is going to contain only my active workers in the organization. Next, if I move on to all the fields that I have over here, I have like worker support, location, job profile. And if there is a photo, I can have a photo. And for example, let me just try to add also my managerial information over here, which means I'm going to also add the manager information. I'm not choosing this particular field because this is going to be a text field, whereas I want this particular manager ID to be available as a single instance field. I'm going to be picking another field over here, which is this manager. Alright, let me see if this is going to be containing the immediate managers. Let me pick manager level 1. This is from the worker business object. The L1 manager. I'm going to be picking this particular person as my L1 manager. What I've done is I've picked the find workers report. I've copied that standard report to a custom report and I've renamed it as RDN find workers. Probably you can do that today as well as an activity for you. And in my search fields of the columns, in my report I'm adding another field which is called as level 1 manager. That is number 1 option that I'm going to do. And if you see over here, I have a column here called as options. If I go and click on this particular option, what are the different options that I can have for my field based on the field type? I can have many different values over here. Either I can have it as a detailed results. I do not want this field to even show up if it is empty, which means for all the 10 or 20 workers that I'm going to be viewing. If this is empty, it does not have a value. Then I would rather not show the entire column itself. Next, I want this to be as the primary results field, which is like a driver for my report. If I do not want to have it, I would just simply uncheck this. And if I want to have this only as related tasks only. If I want this to display only the related tasks to this particular manager, I would just have it simply as an option. And again, this is going to vary from field to field. Over here for this worker, I've chosen this as the primary results field because I'm going to have my search criteria built based on my primary results field. That's why I've chosen worker. Since it is a find workers report, I put the primary results fields on my worker. And yesterday we saw a little about fields filters over here. And if I want to filter or if I want to add a new filter criteria over here, I can go ahead and add a filter over here. Yesterday we saw about something like a hire date. I can have other fields over here as well. Apart from hire date, I can have dozens of other fields, be it my date of birth location. Today, let us just pick a location country. I want to filter this based on my location, address, country, which is going to be either. Let me see whether this is going to pick the worker's location address. Let's pick only those people who are based out of USA. I'm just going to be building my field, just like how I do it in my condition. I'm going to give the field as location country. I'm going to say in, and in my comparison value, I'm going to say America. I'm going to pick only those workers who are based out of USA. Likewise, I can build for anything. I can have my location as APAC or any of the location hierarchies that have already built anything and everything that I want to put it. Or if I want to filter it based on my organization, like a company cost center hierarchy, anything and everything that I want to do, I can use it over here in filters. Any questions on search results and filters before we move on to the next prompt? Now over here, just keep a tab on this. What I will do is I will run this report and then I will come to prompt. What does the error that I'm picking? Saying that the result is showing that my photo should be the last field in my report because of the size and other relevant constraints. In any layout of my report, if I'm going to pick the photo as the last column, it is always advisable. That is the reason why it was just prompting me an error. I've moved the photo. I use this particular arrows over here, up and down arrows, to move my photo to the last column. And I hit. Now what I would rather do is I will run this report and then I will show you the prompt options which are available. I'm not going to. Right. Now this particular workers have already created some reason. This is not saving. My workers report has been created. I don't know why this is not edited. I added that particular manager information. Let me go on edit it right now. I'm just adding a new field called as. I'm putting a manager L1. I'm putting it as my penalty meet. Let me just put the photo back. I've accidentally deleted it. I will just bring this photo to the bottom. And I'm going to save this report right now. Why is this not allowing me to save? I got. Let me remove all these facet filter options. I got all these things we have. No wonder it was just not allowing me to save actually these facet filters. Let me just give me a minute and just try to save it again and see what happens. I'll leave that because this is taking long for me to correct it. I just need to correct it a little later actually. Just don't waste everybody's time because of this. Just go across to my report and then I'll show you what exactly a prompting and everything is. This is a report which I created yesterday. Let me just go across to the report, run options over here. If I go across to my run report options, I see something like worker types, employee type and contingent worker type. These are effectively the fields that we call as prompt fields in my reporting definition. All those fields which are listed over here, worker types, employee type and contingent worker types, are what are called as my prompting fields or prompt fields in my report structure. And where do you see? It is in the prompt tab. In my prompt tab, I'll be able to see all of the report, all the fields that I have over here. I go across to edit of my reports. I do not have a prompt field. It's a simple report I created. Let me copy this report and put it as an advanced report, and then I'll just come across to that. I want to change this as well. This is going to be crazy. Just coming back to this particular, because I'm not able to make changes to that report. I'm just trying to clear the error over here. I have like 7 fields which I believe I do not have the access over here to make some changes in that. Let's see. I'm just trying to clear them out to fix the errors. Fix 4. Let me just clear this in a minute. Alright. Over here, If you see, I was just talking about prompt fields. Basically, what prompt fields are is when I run my report, what are the fields that it is going to prompt me for a value over here. Now, if you see, we have three prompts over here. One is employee type, contingent worker type, and worker type. This is the nothing but defined worker standard report, which I cloned. And in any report, the prompt fields are nothing but all those fields which are going to be available when I'm going to be running a report. What are the prompt values that I see over there on the screen? That is what is called as prompt fields. And I can edit them at any point of time and find out what are the prompt values that I want. And I can also customize it as per my own requirements. And if I want to say that I do not want them to prompt for a value every time, I can also make changes to this. Just like see if you see over here, in this particular prompt I have employee type and in my default type, if I want to default it to a certain value, something like for an employee type, if I want to default it to only regular, I can default it. If I want to have some default value assigned to it, I can do it. And again, I have another option over here, which is going to say do not prompt at runtime. Now let me just play around with this and then show you. What I did over here was I ran this particular report, REN find workers, but it did not give me any prompt values because in my prompt option I had set the prompt option as do not prompt at runtime for all the three fields which are available. Now I'm going to uncheck this and then I'll show you what exactly happens. It just seems to be quite slow today. Let's see over here. I'm just going to remove the prompt, do not prompt at runtime option for my employee type. And let's see what happens. For the previously I had, do not prompt at runtime for all the three fields which are available. Now I'm going to have it removed just for the employee type. And then I come back to my report and let me run it once and show you what exactly it will do. See over here, if I'm going to have a prompt value, I can prompt the user to provide some prompt value. And again, this is not mandatory at the moment. If I want to also make it as mandatory, I can make it as mandatory. Otherwise, I'm going to simply ignore this and I can bypass from providing any relevant value for my employee type. For my employee type, it is not mandatory for me to provide a value. If I want to ignore it, I can as well ignore it and run my report, and it is not going to impact any of my reporting results. It's going to return all the same rows as well. And again, that can also be controlled in my prompting options. Clear on what exactly a prompt does, what exactly we can do with a prompt. And if I want to make it as required, I can make it as required over here as well. This particular field, if I'm going to check it, that a particular prompt field is going to become required. Which means that there should definitely be a value which is going to be provided for my prompt. Alright. For any user, now you have just had this particular find workers report. I want this find workers report to be narrowed down based on my own supervisory organization only and giving an additional option for the user to run based on certain search or find or filter criteria. Right? I want to filter down based on my workers' information. Then I can filter down that particular irrelevant information as well. Clear on that? And I can do a whole host of filtering as well. For example, this particular find workers report, in my prompt I can add a supervisory organization over here. Let me show you that. Say my requirement is in my find workers report, I should only be able to view all the workers in my own supervisory organization. I should not view any workers who's outside of my supervisory organization. It is effectively my team's kind of a report. What I will do over here is I will just put over here as supervisory organization. I understand there's some kind of an issue over here. Let me do a little differently over here, because if I'm going to put a supervisory organization over here, I need to bring it in my columns and my search results over here as well. Let me go across to the I missed that particular field. If I want to build a field over here, since this is actually a search type of a report, I'm not able to put this particular supervisory organization in my prompt values. That is effectively what is happening over here. And I need to make some more changes over here in order for me to get those values over here. That's why I didn't have it over here. We'll build an advanced report tomorrow, and that time I will show you actually more filtering options that you have over here. Next thing, what we have is the output tab in my output tab. If I want to add some help text over here, help text is nothing but what exactly this report data is going to contain. It says over here that interactive report contains workers in a supervisory organization. And if you want to do some filtering, you can do some filtering based on predefined criteria over here. The next thing we have over here is called as sharing. Like I said, this particular report, if I want this particular report to be run by certain users, then I can give that particular option over here as share. By default, this is usually shared with all users. But now, if you want to check it, you can go and type rd:/rn find workers. You will not get this particular report because here I've chosen the option over here as don't share report definition. You will not be able to get it. If you want, you can even show, go and check it in your report, and you will not be able to actually make changes, or you will not be able to view the report definition. Alright? And if I want to say I want to share this with authorized users, this will be sharing it with all the authorized users who have access to my business object called as worker and my data source. Everybody who's authorized, I can do it. Otherwise, the third option which I have is if I want this report to be shared with a specific set of users or authorized security groups by security groups. You know very well what that means. It's like if I want to share this with somebody like an HR admin or a partner or something like a business user, I can share with anybody who's here or in my users. Say, for example, I can put all the relevant users over here. Now let me just pick Logan McNeil. I'm going to share this with Logan McNeil. And I'm also going to be sharing this with Joy Banks. I'm sharing this report with Joy Banks. If you are going to be having your user ID as Carol Lee, you will be able to see it. But since I have not shared this report across, if you proxy in as Logan McNeil or as Joy Banks previously, you will not be able to see this report. Now, I'm just sharing this report with Joy Banks and Logan McNeil, which means only these people will have access to this particular report. Clear on this? The same security that we had over there as well applies here, because I may not want to have my reporting information shared with irrelevant users. Something like an employee should not be able to view another peer's compensation or job or other relevant performance-related information. Only certain people should have access to view the information. That's what I was just saying at the first. Reporting is basically only viewing the information that you're authorized to and nothing over and above that. That's the main purpose of a report. And that is where this comes in. The next option that we have over here is called as optimization. I go to the Advanced tab and I say Optimizations. Optimization is if I want to optimize my report and ensure that the data is picked in an easier and faster manner. We have optimization, and how this does is based on indexing. In RDBMS, the folks who know about RDBMS, we have a concept called as indexing. That indexing is essentially built on my primary keys, which means I have a book, a relevant book. And in any book, be it a telephone directory or my own storybook or whatever novel book that I'm going to be seeing, I may have an index of contents which is going to effectively contain which page is going to contain which information. Similarly, in my database, for every worker, I'm going to say this particular worker information going to be available in this particular data block. That when a database processing effectively happens, it need not necessarily go through all the records, skim through them, and then find out the relevant one. It is easier to find in the index, and the index is usually updated from time to time. The same database concept applies here as well. If I'm going to be choosing an indexed data source, which we'll be seeing next, I can use this optimized for performance. Effectively, it is going to be used in any reports which is going to be data intensive. That is the option that we have over here called as optimized for performance and rest of them. Just ignore these options for now. And this one over here we call it as temporary report. Since this is a training tenant, all the reports by default will have only a 1 week period, which means it is going to be automatically deleted after a period of 1 week, since it's a training tenant over here. That's a default option that is chosen. After a period of 1 week, all the reports that you have created are going to be automatically deleted. That's what we call it as a temporary report. Alright, the next thing, call it as facet filters. I'll only give you a high-level brief on this. Facet filters are all those that you see on the left-hand side over here. All those fields that you see on the left-hand side, we have around 40 of them. If I want to filter this down further, I use what is called as facet filters. Any field that I've given over here, rating current field of study, all those fields, age, gender, location, all of these 45 fields are going to be available over here. And again, I can choose an option over here called as sort fields alphabetically, which is what is done over here. Active and inactive long-term relocation areas is chosen next first, then inactive age group base segment. All of those facet filter fields are provided here on the left side. This is just another way of filtering my 1274 records in a faster and an easier manner. And I can add any facet filter as per my choice. Clear on this? Any questions? What exactly a facet filter is? But it's a little bit advanced topic, and we use facet filters only more on the search type of reports and not on a normal report. That is one. And mass actions. Don't take or don't be much head into mass actions, because this is something which we have just got it right now. I don't want to confuse you too much with this for now. Just ignore that. And today activity, what I would rather suggest is go to the Find Workers report. Try to create your own version of this particular report and play around with all the different fields and the tabs that are available over there. And then let's see how it goes about. And tomorrow we'll go into the other types of reports as well. Now we are going to be jumping on to what is called as creation of a custom report. The other day we saw a creation of a custom report, but we only saw simple reports. And what are the other different types of reports that I can create? Alright. I'm not using the nomenclature over here. Don't curse me. I'm just using it because I want this to understand what I'm creating. That's why I'm not using any nomenclatures here. First and foremost, I'm going to deal only a few of these. I'm not going to deal everything over here. For now, let us look only at simple. We have already seen about search. We'll see advanced next and then probably matrix report. We'll see matrix simple and then search. We already seen and then we'll see advanced. I don't want you to learn all of this right now because some of these going to be very confusing for you. If I'm going to introduce and the way those fields and everything is going to be designed is also quite complex. I'll deal only with smaller subsets of reports right now and then we'll go to next. Next and first up, we will be advanced reports. Advanced reports are nothing but based on simple reports. In advanced reports, we are going to have more number of filter criteria, security relevant stuff. And then I can have promptings. I can do much of stuff in my advanced report. That is number 1 over here. Alright, next matrix report. Probably you know, all of you know, what exactly a matrix kind of a structure is going to be. It is more a report which is going to be built with both rows as well as columns and a data level. I have to show you no. If I have to show you no easier way, here I'm going to have. Alright, this is going to be my month column, say on the column side. I'm going to have month and here I'm going to have right? I'm going to have Jan 2023. Alright, and I'm going to have something like New York. I'm going to have California. I'm going to have Delhi and everything. Alright, this is what I'm trying to evolve over here is. This is a simple matrix report. Alright, a standard report could look like for Delhi. What is going to be the month? What is going to be the rainfall for the month of January? My rainfall could be like 20 centimeters in February. It could be like 30 centimeters of rainfall in March. I could have it as 0, something similar to this. Whereas if I'm going to be building a matrix level report, I'm going to have both rows and columns as fields. And this is like, say, I'm going to have 10 over here, 20 here, 0 here. And then same way, I'm just going to be incrementing it with, say, some dummy values over here. 20, something like that. I'm just incrementing it randomly. Ignore the values that I just have built over here. I'm just putting a random equivalent value over here. Alright, this is typically a matrix kind of a report. Just like how you do matrices in your schooling or college whenever you studied matrix. Whereas this is just a single dimension report. For Delhi, what is going to be the rainfall for every month at a single city level? Whereas this is going to be a multi-dimensional structure, which we call it as a matrix report. Clear on this, Funda? What exactly we mean by it? A very simple example for this. I may even put this as something like what is going to be my revenue for different departments for sale. Sesha, and then I'm going to be putting it like marketing. Alright. And this one, I would just put it as Arno. What is going to be my revenue or expense for different departments for every month? What is going to be this? Especially in finance reports. Imagine this to be. Ignore the values. They need not be really same. Imagine that these are in millions of dollars every month. What is going to be my revenue or my expense? Usually for finance, matrix reports are the ones that we usually build. Alright? You might have seen all your financial statements. And financial statements are usually billed as a RNO. Sorry, are billed as a matrix level report. Clear on this? Alright, especially if you're going to do finance reports, I usually use matrix report for that. Alright, that's why I said I don't want you to bog down with many reports. We'll see matrix advanced. We've already seen search. We've seen simple reports. For now, let's go into advanced, because advanced reports are the most commonly used reports for you. Alright. Next, optimized for performance. This is a very important field or a setting over here. And if I hover over this, it will show you something called, as it is going to show only indexed data sources. Alright. Because if I choose this in my data source, I will see only certain indexed data sources. And if you see, there is a small icon over here, right next to workers. You see a small thunderbolt kind of an icon. What that means is it is an indexed data source. If you see over here for these three, the first three or for all of them, you see an indexed data source over here because I've chosen the filter over here as optimized. Now I'm just removing this and I will of course get an alert. That alert is going to say enables you to select non-indexed data source. I've already explained what exactly an indexed and a non-indexed is. Now let me hit the same search and you will see a lot of different data sets over here as well. See this one, worker audit. There is a thunderbolt sign right next to it, which means this is an indexed data source. Now let me just pick randomly another one, worker billing date here. Here I do not have that particular option of indexed data source because this is not an indexed data source at all. Alright. And what is actually the advantage of an indexed data source is that performance is going to be better in my report, especially if I'm going to build a report which is going to have hundreds of thousands of data. I would rather want to choose an indexed data source. Clear on this, guys? What exactly it is? What is the difference between an indexed and a non-indexed data source? And for all practical purposes, I would want you to choose an indexed data source only. Workers for HCM reporting is a good data source, and we used it most of the times for all the HCM relevant information. And this is going to give workers as a primary object and returns one single row, which is going to be the latest effective data row per worker. Guys, clear on this? I'm just moving on to the next one because we are going to be creating an advanced report. And right at the start itself, if you see, you will see many different options over here compared to a standard report. A simple report. And next, let me introduce you one important topic which I always love. And the reason why I introduced that related business object is because, see here, I have a column over here which says business object, which means my primary business object is going to be worker. Whereas if in a real world, my client is asking for the position's job profile information, I can use this particular information here as well, which means from the worker business object. I am actually going across to my position business object via the related fields. And I am fetching a field which is probably going to be, say, job profile. Job profile from the position information. See the business object over here. Position and job. All staffing models have another one. Let me see that as well. Another one is going to be from my compensation rule targetables. Or let me pick another field as well. Let me pick something else like a grade which is going to be exclusive to my position and my job. I can have like a compensation grade profile. Everything else is also available. Let me pick compensation grade over here, which is going to be picked from my position, business object. Whereas in a simple report, you can pick the data only from your primary business object. Whereas in an advanced report, you can pick from a related business object which is relevant to my primary business object as well. Clear with what I'm trying to say? And why we saw that related business object is because of this particular distinction. Once you know what is going to be my primary business object while designing any report and what is the data that I need, you can practically play around with this. And you can pick only business objects which are related to my worker business object. I'm just waiting for this to load, and then I will show you which you can pick. Actually, alright, and my primary business object here is worker. And I can choose other business objects here as well, which I can have from here. Let me say location. I'm picking location as another business object over here. Worker for HCM reporting. I'm going back and doing it. Alright. I'm adding two new columns. One for which it's going to be position. It's going to be position. It's going to be position. And the field that I pick over here is going to be based on my related business object over here. See here. I go to this particular worker and I go to related business object. And this particular column or business object that you see over here is based on only this particular business object. And the links to this particular business object. Let me say position. To the position business object, I see 33 links over here. And that is the link field that you will see over here. See here, field name is position, which is part of my business object called as worker. And the related business object to this is going to be position, the same that you see over here. This is the one that it is actually pointing to over here. Alright. And from here I'm choosing this position. And for this position I can pick my comp grade. Clear on how it exactly works and how I'm just relating everything over there. Alright, now for location. Let me pick a very specific field which is available to my location. We saw earlier that. Let me pick our schedulers. They don't have that. Let me pick a location business object. And from the location business object, because we saw from the position I had picked something which is very specific only to my position, like a comp grade. And from my location also, let me pick a field which is going to be exclusive to my location. In the same report itself, I'm going to be picking something which is going to be specific only to my location. I don't have that over here. For location, let me pick something like an address. What I'm doing is for my location, I'm going to be picking my business site address information, which is going to be the address for that location. Right? Or, if I have to explain it in some of the database terminology, because some of you are from database background, I join my worker data with my location data using a join, an outer join. And then I pick the location's address information. I have two different tables. Imagine that I have two different tables. One is the worker data and I have the location data. I traverse from my worker data to my location data and I pick the location's address. That is what I've done over here specifically. Clear on this, what I have done with this report? Are you guys with me? Is it all clear what we do and why I was explaining the business objects and the related business objects? And again, you can use only the links to related objects when I have my worker as the primary business object. Whereas if it is going to be the reverse, I use this links from related business object. Clear on the funder? And why I am using this and why I introduce that particular related business object as very important is because of this particular relation. And let me tell you, if you understand this, you can literally play around with your reports. This is like bread and butter. Bread and butter. Because you can literally play around with this and you create any type of reports that you want, no matter which object and where you want to pick all those details from. Your next option that we have over here is called as sorting. The same sorting if I have it in my Excel report. If I want to sort it based on a specific field, common filters is going to be like, I'm going to be sorting it based on my employee ID or employee name in an alphabetical order. If I want to do it, I can do it over here. And this is the way I will do it. Next, I can also group based on a certain criteria, exactly the same way that I would group it in my Excel relevant information. The same grouping is what applies here as well. Alright, exactly the same. If I want to group this particular information, for example, I'm going to be creating some banding saying like, in this particular location, say in New York, I have 10 people in the salary band of 80 to 90K. I have 100 people in the salary band of 60 to 80K. I want to create some banding and grouping and everything. I will be using this sort and grouping information over here. Alright, next filters. Alright, I can have filters, specific filters, the way I want to filter my report. And it is always advised to have at least one or more filters, at least from a performance side of things. From a performance side of things, it is important that you try at least a few filters that your performance is not going to be hampered, especially if you are going to use non-indexed data sources. It is advisable to have filters. Otherwise, you may run into several performance issues. Alright. Sub-filters for now. Park it because that is an advanced topic. And I do not want to get into that. Once you understand filters, we can jump into sub-filters because this is a little advanced topic. Because there is another level of filter on filters. We call that as sub-filters. And that is based on the columns that I have already chosen in my report, is where your sub-filters are going to come in. Alright, park it for now. Once you understand all the others, we can get into sub-filters. Prompt fields. And if you see this prompt fields, we already saw what a prompt field is going to be. Any kind of prompts that I want to have at runtime, I can do it over here. I can set my prompts. And again, one important parameter that I want you to all to look at is this particular checkbox that you see over here. Populate undefined prompt defaults. What this actually means to see now, here you see 0 prompts available. You see 0 prompts available, but for certain data sources and business objects, you may get prompts field over here, which are by default tagged to my business object and my data source for this active workers report that have created the data source and the business object. We have default prompt parameters and they will be hidden. They will be hidden when you create the default report and they will be visible only when I check this particular checkbox. Otherwise, you will not see this. And what I mean is see this particular report I've already created. I did not create any prompt fields at all, but these fields are automatically available and are delivered. Alright, let me show this once report. And I am going to run this report over here. I did not give any prompt fields, but by default it is going to have worker type, employee type, and contingent worker type as my prompt filters. And where this is coming is from my data source and my primary business object level. And these are inbuilt in Workday as prompt defaults, and these are inbuilt in Workday as prompt defaults, and they are prompt defaults. And here now this will not show up unless and otherwise I check this particular option over here, prompt undefined prompt defaults, which is going to directly come in from my data source and my business object level. I will clear on this, and if I want, I can have this removed. I can have a different label over here instead of contingent workers type. I can say contingent type. This is going to actually prompt, or the prompt label is going to be overridden over here. This can be let me or employee type, and this could be worker type, or I can say a view type. This one, I can say E and this is base type. And if I want to give some default values to this, I can give a default value. I can determine it either at the runtime or I can even give a specific value over here as well. And only after I choose this particular column will come in. And next, the options over here are required. If I want the user to definitely have a specific value of the prompt, then I will choose it over here. In which case, if the user is not going to choose a value, this is going to hit an error. Let me just check this over here and then we will see. And next, do not prompt at runtime. I am saying that I do not want this field to be displayed at all during the prompt. I can just simply hide it over here. And next, in my subtitle of my report, if I want to include this particular field names, you can have it. Otherwise, I can completely ignore this particular option. Alright. And apart from these three that you see over here, if I want to add additional prompts, I can add prompt fields over here as well. Any questions on prompt? What exactly the prompt options are? Could you tell me a little about default type and default value? See, for example, let me see. I'm going to say either I'm not going to give any default values, or I can let the user choose a default value at runtime, or let me pick a default value. I'm going to specify this. Let me say that I'm choosing this as my default value and I've checked required over here. And let me run this particular report right now. Alright. I'm running this particular report right now. And if you see E-type, contingent type, BB type, the labels that I had over here, and it is by default, it is choosing as regular. It is just a default value in my prompt. If I want to do it, I can have it. Otherwise, I can just ignore it. I can just click on this. If I want to create a default value and you see a star right next to E-type, that is going to be remain. That is going to mean that it is mandatory. I cannot run this report which we are choosing any values, usually for report fields or prompt fields, which are mandate. Be it the user for any field or prompt value, where I'm going to maintain it as mandatory or required, we usually supply just a good to have or a good approach. We give a default value over there that even if the user forgets to give a value, it is not going to error out. Alright, see here it throws an error that E-type is a required value and it must have a value. Alright. And for such mandatory fields we would usually give, that's a good to have. It's not mandatory, it's just a good to have. We usually give a default value as well, and it's up to the user who runs this particular report to have more values that he wants to. That is as per his own will and wish. Alright, clear. The next tab that we have is called as output and output type. I can have it as multiple different types of reports. I can have it as a simple table which is going to look like Excel table which we commonly use only, or if I want that to look in a chart. I can create many different types of charts that I want to create, just like how you created in your Excel some kind of a bar chart, composite chart, whatever chart I want to create, a pie chart, donut, whatever you want to create. You can create it over here, completely up to you. But again, when you create such charts, ensure that you are going to create some grouping as well, that the chart is going to look meaningful. And that is the options that I have over here. I can create it as a chart or I can have it a chart plus a table as well. It's going to display both side on side and different options or different widgets. You're going to see that next is going to be your gauge chart, your simple gauge chart that you have seen in your Excel or otherwise. Just going to be a simple one, and you can explore this over today, and today you can just create some charts, tables, do whatever as per your own requirements that you feel it is going to be. You can explore this option. Nothing, I would say, it is not nothing too crazy. Just play around with this and you will understand what exactly it means. Enable as workload option. Just leave it for now, and because workload is nothing but what you see on your home page. Alright, for example, I'm just trying to build a report which is going to display the birthdays of all my reportees. I can create a report over here which is going to say worker name or my reporting name, date of birth, and that's where that workload comes in. I'm just only grazing through the top. I'm not going deep dive into it, but that's exactly what a worklet is. There are options to configure this. All of that. That's all advanced topics. Next, sharing. Like I showed you yesterday, I can share this report with specific users. Currently, it is only with Carol Lee, and you guys will also be able to see it because all of you are logged in as Carol Lee. Only you can view this particular report that I have created, and you can share it with authorized users. Specific groups. Groups is basically all the security groups that you've already created, maybe a user-based or a role-based, the way that I want to have it. The last tab that we have is called as advanced. See here. We saw over there the data source and everything where we chose as optimized for performance. The same option is available over here as well, and if I want to make changes, I can change it over here by removing this, which is usually not recommended. If you remove this, it is not going to optimize based on my data source indexing. It is not going to perform. It's not going to optimize my performance based on my database indexing. That is the purpose of this particular report, but it is not recommended. It is not recommended. Alright, that is the first option that we have over here. Next, freezing my first column, just like what you have it in your Excel. The first column is going to be frozen, and if I scroll to the right, my first column alone is going to be frozen, and you can see all the number of columns that I have. Enable preferred currency. Whatever is going to be your preferred currency in your user preferences is going to be visible over here. If you want to say enable preferred currency, then your report is going to be displaying all the currency information in your preferred currency. Alright, and then again, if you are going to choose this, you need to have this enabled in your currency fields as well. Only then it will work and save parameters for the user. If you want to save some of the prompt parameters, you can use it that if they are going to run the same report umpteen number of times, their parameters are going to be saved. Alright, excluding the exclusion list from the search. When a user is going to perform global search, this report is going to come in the top. For example, I actually ran the test advanced report, and if I go back over here this report is going to be shown in the top as test report. If I want to exclude this from my search, I can do it over here. Alright. Next web service option, like I said, I'm going to exclude it. Worksheets Prism as well. I'm going to exclude it. And temporary report for everybody. We will be only creating a temporary report for now. Because of some database constraint, we are not going to be enabling this particular option, at least in the training tenant, for now. Last, we have facet options. If you want to enable facet filters, just like what we saw in the Find Workers report, you can have it enabled. Alright, clear on this. These are all the options that you have over here, and you can go and explore it on during you. Let me explain what this particular report is. Actually, I just took the simple report because it's something which we use all the time. Alright, and I'm just going with the standard report which we have over here and how we can actually achieve all of this. Alright, you can actually have this worker type, employee and contingent worker type replaced by your own location or how you want to have it. And then if you want to group it as terminated as one side, the active workday count as one side, you can have this done. Not terminated, not terminated, terminated. See over here. All of these options terminated, not terminated. You are going to actually have the employee grouping in the columns. These columns over here, not terminated, not terminated, terminated, terminated. You are going to do this grouping over here, which is in the second part of the grid. Why are these fields that you have over here? And what is the field that you want to summarize? Here I'm going to have a summarization type of count. Very simple as count is what I'm going to be summarizing across different domains. And what is exactly the count? It is going to be that it's going to be like a grouping. And you have the drill down option over here. Let me go to drill down and then I'll make a little bit more sense to you as well. If I go across to drill down over here, how I want to drill down this particular data. If I click on the 773, what is going to be the drill down version of this particular report? It's going to show me the worker information, and I can also view much of other information over here. View by cost center country FTE percentage supervisory organization. How do I want to have this? Drillable versions over here. Drillable fields available over here. Because I was actually planning to cover this in depth and detail. But let's go through that right now. I am going to display only those employees. And drill down option is going to be all of this. And I can also summarize it either by default. By default, the default value is going to be fetching from your data source. From your data source, you are going to be having your default value, which is more likely your employee ID or your worker ID. And the details see over here. If I click on details over here, view details, this is only displaying the employee information over here. If I want to add additional details over here, I will add that particular detailed data over here. I will add more detailed data over here. Let me go with from scratch. First, I have just chosen copy standard report to my custom report. I have chosen headcounts by worker type. I have created my own version over here. And this is the matrix report which I am trying to achieve over here. Instead of worker, employee and contingent worker type. Because here what it is actually doing is we have different types of employee type, contingent worker type, and your active inactive accounts. All of these are belonging to this particular field. And it is chosen whether terminated or not terminated, and your count overall. Because of the drill down options I have over here. And I am choosing in your case, you can put it as location. Instead of having it as worker, employee type and contingent worker type, you can rather have it as just location only. And if you want to have it for a specific location, say for example, if you want to have it only for the US, you can have it as filter option, country in US. Or you can have a prompt over there. That prompt is going to say US only. That is the way you can achieve that. 5 columns that you see over here. Row total descending. Row total descending. All of these 5 columns are nothing, but all these 5. All these 5 are going to be nothing, but your row totals descending. And this is all. Row total, row total. All of these values are going to be available over here. And if you want to have some values, you can do it. How do I group this? How do I group this? If I want to have a column-wise split up, column-wise, I am just splitting all of this. Here I am saying terminated, not terminated. Active, inactive account. All those options are coming from over here, terminate, because this is more likely. See over here, a delivered field which is going to say whether the worker is terminated or not. If you see over here, this option, this field is going to give. If it is terminated, it is going to give a value as terminated. And again, this is another calculated field, which is going to say whether it is an active account or an inactive account. What you can possibly do is, if I were you, I would build calculated fields. Since you are going to put it on locations, just a small hint for you, you can put all of these as locations. And you can say whether this particular field is going to give you is in US, outside of US. Or you can build two different location hierarchies. Location hierarchies. One for the east coast of the US, another for the west coast of the US, another for the central. You are going to have three values over here. And again it is like, see the way this splits is. The more number of columns over here. There are two fields over here. It is going to typically split it as 2 cross 2, which is like 4 different combinations. It is going to be first, inactive not terminated, active not terminated, inactive terminated, active terminated, all the 4 combinations. It is a 2 cross 2 combination for the two fields that I am going to be choosing over here. That is what it actually drills down to, or your column grouping does. What is the type of aggregation that I want to do? Here I am saying it as count. I can also do another value or another type of summarization, which could be more like, say, if I want to find out the maximum salary for every location, I can do it. I can say for each and every location, what is going to be the maximum salary for every location. Say I am going to build 3 or 5 locations or hierarchies for East Coast. What is going to be the maximum salary? I can do that. Because here, in that case, what I would do is, I would say the columns will be, instead of worker type, employee type, and contingent type, I would rather have it as, location hierarchy, and then salary. And then I would just group this by that particular specific value or the maximum value for this value. That's what I would rather do it. And then the next is the drill down options. Drill down is basically, you see a small arrow over here, a drop down arrow, all of these fields. Let me just show this to you. It makes a lot more sense because matrix reports are very interesting. And the reason why I chose to only describe 2 reports advanced in matrix is because you guys will be enjoying it. See here, I am actually viewing the criteria over here, or I am only taking the worker's view. And if I want to select a filter over here, I can choose this like a cost center. By which cost center? By cost center. If I go and refresh this, you will see a completely different kind of a drill down feature. This is the cost center and how many employees are there. You saw and something, right? You had 100 different. And whenever you build a RIT, especially for your higher ups, your CISO level P, this is what they would definitely be expecting. Alright, because they would definitely be expecting at a higher level. They wouldn't want it just a small thing on there. They will definitely be expecting to drill down this particular report because it is similar to what you can do or in a Power BI those of you who know and Power BI, this is just something similar to what we have over there. Alright, and I drill it down by different options. And here, if I'm going to give more number of values in terms of details and everything, that is going to give a new flavor of reporting for me. I can put a country over here. For a country, I can do it. And again, I can have more levels. As I can first country, I can introduce type of a field. I'm going to have this drill down by country, by location. This report might look a little bit clumsy because I have many locations and all of these values are going to be coming over there. Alright. Typically, what will happen is you may be approached by a consultant, not an HR consultant, an HR coordinator, or talent manager, or your manager from your client organization. And they may say that I am seeing this particular field. Build me a report with the employee and possibly HR. Say it is going to say Dalhousie University. It should say Curly, Dalhousie University. It should show a report only with the employee and the education details as per the worker profile only. This is typically a requirement will be dealt or delivered to you. They will say, this pay, I see this field. This is typically what I want to see in my report. You build me a report. How will you approach this? How will you approach this? Because this is only going to say, even if I go to this particular related business objects, it may not give me all the information related to my business object and everything. Correct? Will it give my business object? Maybe. But Workday does give you an option to find out the related business objects. As if you see, for all of these related actions that you see, there are some related actions. Integration eyes, possibly favorites, and possibly audits. Audits may not be for everything. For system related ones, you may not take it, but integration ID and your reportings or standard across the board for any page and any object that you see. Related actions will be reporting options available. Even in this particular actions, if I go over here, I will see something called reporting, right? Say for this, if I want to pick the field, if I click on reporting, and if I go report fields, I go to reporting, I go to actions, and then I go to reporting, and then I go to reporting. It is going to give me all the fields that are relevant. Just hang on for a minute. It's just taking some time. When you want to build a report, you can look at the appropriate. That is being. Why I'm saying this? Because I am not sure. It is going to be from the worker. It need not necessarily be from the worker business object. It could be part of another business object. As got, it can be part of another business object. As how do I? This is the easiest approach for me to find out based on the requirements that I get from team. And this is the way I would go about this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me try something else. Simpler. We're going to get some more meaningful data. Why do we look at this? This is just age is over here now. Let me go to the worker profile. And I go to Dalhousie University. Related actions. I go to reporting. And I go to reporting. Report fields and values. I get all of these fields. Over here. See here. I see Dalhousie University. Alright, that is the value. And it says, the description is, identifies the education, allows you to drill down, as if you do want to. And the field name is education. And what is going to be the related business object over here is going to be my related business object as, and from here, if I want to build, if for the worker, all that I need to do is go to my business object called as education and find out the related business object, and I will be there. In a real world, how your requirement could come or from your HR manager, or somebody will say, education. This is all that they will tell you. They will say that I want a report which is going to show me worker name, my education, university. Simple example I am taking. Very simple. You can try this for anything and everything under the sun as well. I am showing you very simple. How do I approach this? Because the same education, information, or university can be picked from 100 different business objects. For example, maybe an exaggeration. It could be picked from many different ones. How do I know? This is what I go to the related actions of this particular, which is Dalhousie University. And for everything, I will see a field over here, an option over here called as reporting. And then I go to, and I am going to get this particular grid. I am going to get field and value. Here I said, field value is Dalhousie University. And I am going to be choosing the relevant field over here called as education. And this education is part of the business object called as education business object. This is the field I need to use. And again, I can use the relevant related business object from worker in order to drill down more information. Alright, I can get more information from this base, whatever values I have. It's straightforward and simple enough. This is how real world requirement will come out to from HR manager or any is going to give you the business object. This is the data source. This is the business object from where this information. They are never going to say, they will say one particular page. In this page, I want this field and I want you to provide me a report. They may give you information that they want a standard report or they want a advanced report or a custom report or a box report, whatever they want. But in a real world, they may not even say that. It is up you consultants to give them the best option possible. You may choose an advanced report. You may choose whatever type of that you want to and try to convince them. That's up to you. How to get that particular field. It's up to you. Alright. This is how a real world requirement will come up from your business. Once you get into an organization And this is the way you approach. This is not the only way that you need to approach, but this is the way you can approach. Because, like I said, there are resilient ways to do many things. And this is the way I would approach this. Because, for me, the business would only say, I want this field from the worker. Worker page. You get me? This particular report, that's all. Simple enough. That is all. That the word, the HR will say. They will not say anything more apart from this. It's up to us to find out which business object I want, the field, and everything. And I would approach this way. And if you already know the relevant business object and all those information, find feature. Alright. This is a more standard approach which you can use. And this you can use it for any. In Workday, every Workday page will have such reporting option. It's for your use. Right? Get to the that we have already seen. Like I said, this is going to be more or less the last session for reporting. We'll be ending reporting. And from tomorrow, I'll be starting over. EBIS tomorrow. We will just jump onto EIVs. That's going to be another interesting topic, which we will see tomorrow. Alright? Alright. Let's jump into the deck that we have. We've already seen different types of reports. We have simple, Pipstain. And we've also seen as transpose, trending, composite. We are not dealing with this right now because it's going to be a little bit overwhelming for you. It is not much. Other types of reports are not much. This is going to be with today basis in a real world. Alright, that's why I'm just going through these reports and make yourself familiar. These 4 types of reports, and if you want to explore it, well and good. And it's not something that you cannot learn, difficult or something. It's more like kind of a strategy, not the real fighting boxing, but a kind of a report you will have. And there are some other parameters that you can give and everything. Trending is like some charts. How the trending charts are going to be just like how you have it in Power BI or in Tableau. The trending options available. That's all it is. Alright. We've seen about data sourcing. Like I said, the data source is going to be the most important that you can possibly choose, or you should possibly choose creation, right? Report, anywhere that you are going to create. Your data source is going to play 50% the book. And if you have that sorted out, everything else is going to fit in, right? And at the same time, you have 2 different types of data sources. Like I said, one is going to be your indexed data source, and another is going to be your non-indexed data source, which I've already explained. Indexed data source is going to be having a just like how you have in your database concept. For the rest of the folks, not from a non-database background, is nothing. Say I'm going to give a field. Say I have a worker database. In the worker database, my employee ID is usually that is marked as an index for every employee ID. I will have location or database location to be more precise. It need not skim through the base, the number of and hundreds and thousands of records which are available. It need not skim through that and then find out. It is rather an easy for you to find. Say for example, if I'm going to say in an easier way, say employee, say is available in page number. Say imagine you have a book. In your book, the first is always going to be your index of content. Say I'm going to segregate it like employee information, just referring the index. I can directly go across to the 8th page and find out the details of, rather than going from one page to another, and then finding out where Aryan's data is. This is typically what happens. Data source, same concept. It also happens in terminology as that's what we're going to have over here. Clear on this? Like I said, index data source. Preferred to be used. Preferred because 99% you may use index data source. Indexed data sources have a usage as I'm not discounting that particular option. If you want unindexed data source, you can use it. But again, it is like 99% we prefer that you use an indexed data because of performance. In fact, your performance is going to be better. It is going to be your index data source. Your performance is going to be, because when it's going to fetch hundreds and thousands of it, it's always but an index data source. Just see over here, you see a processing request. This is like take over here. Possibly it is using some kind of index. That's why it's taking to fetch the data. If it's going to use an indexed base, and if it's going to have fewer number and everything, it is always to do it. Alright. And when you, another tip for use, when you use grouping, ensure that the complex calculations are not used, because I may use a complex calculation to go through millions of data over and some aggregations. Aggregations are basically your count, summation, everything. These are in terminologies. These are called as aggregate function, and aggregate function are usually time consuming function. Say for example, you have 1000 rows. In the 1000 rows, I need to find the summation of my salary. Obviously, 1000 summations it needs to do. It's going to take some amount of, for a supercomputer, it's going to take some amount of, I'm not saying that it's going to be slow or fast, but it's going to take some amount of. Rather than that, you may want to choose other options and also index data. Alright, because all these aggregate functions are generally time consuming. It's going to be your class fields, which we've already seen about all the different types of fields that are going to be. Alright, what we saw in the fields is just as no data source, and then your multi-instance. You've already seen all that. Alright, self-referencing is nothing but is going to reference, just like what we saw for skills and everything. Much the I would say I would really pay attention, because This is not something which we come across every, but the rest of them are going to be really important too. Alright, we've already done this particular activity. Sharing a report, we've already shown you how you can share your report to other folks. And you can ensure that only specific people have access to a specific type of report. It's not going to be like everybody is not going to have to every group, because I may not want all users to see their data. Alright, the date and the information that I have should always, especially if it is going to contain some personal information of an employee, you need to ensure that it is going to be secure and relevant people are going to have access. And not everybody, no Tom, Dick and Harry, should be able to have access to any report. For that matter, have it either with the relevant authorized users. If it is going to be for a specific group of individuals, share it with that specific group of individuals, not with everybody. Right, moving on to the transferring ownership. Say, for example, I had for this particular report, this is called Caroli of the report is typically the person who the report, and he is going to be the one who can edit and also lead this particular. And again, this controlled. We have something called report, and you can choose this, choose that appropriate subdomain and everything, and find out what is happening over there and all relevant permission privileges, all that is available. Alright, this particular is the person who can edit the report, or if another person is having access to edit, they can edit it, but they are super of this particular report. Transfer this particular to another person, and where that is going to come in is, I've already created a report, and for example, if it is going to be, or this particular going to be something like a manager, a person who is a managerial, and if that person, which means he's going to get terminated in the near future, and I have a replacement person. Say, for example, if he's leaving the organization, and I'm going to have another person who's going to split, I can have transferred. This is an ideal scenario. I'm going to have a transfer ownership. Ownership typically to transfer the ownership of a report in when a person is a left or is moving to another department or any other employee. That's when a ownership transfer. Alright, let's go to the next scheduling report. I'm just copying this report. I'm just not making any change over here. Scheduling this report. Sync. And again, this is common as because what ideally over whenever up to definitely in scheduling this report appropriate particular Somebody, for example, I have onboarding people, organization with with appropriate criteria, protect criteria, scheduling, schedule, sequential, prioritize, proc, all the processing, sequential, month, recurrent, ed, Howard, Timson, recurrences, which typically schedule, possibly, right? Highly repository, which detail some re- authorized, work, sit, specifically mention, scheduling, notification, up, definition, fail, check, possibility, report, failing, probably, possible, and database, days, report. Similarly, work, sim, choosing, relatively, negligible, reporting, career, notification, calculate, calculate, accidentally, delete, calculate, references, work, in, hack, that, that's pessimist, because percent. Now here we have the primary data source as our workers for HCM filters. You have active workers. If you want to change it, you can change it, but it's up to you completely. Alright? And I will introduce one more concept here. If you see on the right side top, you have a field called as report tags. Alright, wait a second. You can go ahead and check the options as well. Alright, let me give you one very simple example. If you see all these tags that have been created, I hope everybody uses any one of the social medias, be it Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, whatever it is. Everybody might know what is a hashtag. Is there anybody who doesn't know what is a hashtag? Hope everybody is aware of what a hashtag is. Correct? Those of you who know what is a social media hashtag, this is exactly what that is. Whatever purpose your social media hashtag is for, that is precisely what a reporting tag is. If that makes sense to you. And where do we use it? What a word is a social media hashtag is there are some specific places where Workday is going to filter out only reports with a specific hashtag. I will give you one or more of those specific hashtags because there is a specific type of report which we use it in recruiting side of things, which is called a purge. And the purpose of that purge is, in a real-world recruiting case, any candidate data which is over 6 months old, the candidate has been rejected. As per data compliance issues, especially in European Union, we are not supposed to maintain a candidate who has been declined, or in a real-world terminology or Workday terminology, we call it as disposition. We are not supposed to hold that candidate data for more than 6 months in the system. After the date of decline or disposition, those data, we need to actually remove them. And for that, we may create a report, and that report we will just schedule it in a batch process. For those reports, we use the report tag called as purge. Likewise, there are many other report tags. And also you can create your own custom tags as well, just like what I said. The main purpose of this particular tag is similar to identifying any kind of tag, just like what you have your social media tags and everything. The same purpose is what this is your hashtags or whatever you call it, your hashtags or social media tags that are there for any kind of a post that you're going to put and you're going to tag somebody. That is exactly the purpose it is. And I can search based on my report tags. I can have any meaningful word in it. That's up to me as to what we create. And there are some specific, like I said, there are some specific Workday relevant tags as well, which Workday uses for its own patch processing. Hope I'm very clear with what exactly the 4 tags are. Alright, now come down and add your new fields as well. Add the fields that you want to have. Like I said, you are going to add a field called as one is going to be your location, hierarchy your location, more precisely your location. And the next one you are going to be putting it as, put it as location country. Country is going to be better. Country is better. Because we don't have many, I would say many values. Otherwise, your report is going to look a bit clumsy. Alright. And then put it as management level. Alright. And if you want to give a label override, give a label override as well. Alright. 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 All that is good. Come down, please. Come down. Come down. Not in this grid. Right below. Right below. Not delete these extra rows if you don't need them. You leave that. You leave that. That's something which you need not worry. See, you can have up to 8 levels of columns. 8 levels of columns or filtering that I want to have. Or you can assume it to be an 8 levels of matrix. Dimensions or something. Alright. Now come to column grouping. If you want to group it by some kind of a criteria, you can do it. Since you've chosen already active workers, I think this should be pretty much. I don't have anything that you want to do it. Right. I just wanted to use like probably one criteria to see how it works. What can we use? Since we are having it as management levels and you can see that active worker account or something like an active worker, whether the person has some active worker account, just a field. See, this is like further splitting it out. Just put it like active worker account or something. I don't remember the exact field name. Just put it as active worker account. Just put it as active worker account. I don't remember that. Not available. Not available. Worker for active. Just put it as active worker account. Workday account. Current. What is that? Currently active. What is that related? True or false field. That's indicates whether the worker is active. Let's put it that way. Give it a second. Currently active. Currently active. This is going to be a Boolean value. It's going to say whether the person is currently active or not. You're going to see a further split of yes or no kind of a field over there. Alright? And if you want to sort it, you can sort it over here as well. Alright. Alright. Come down. Alright? And now you want to have a count. Obviously, because I want to have a count of the workers. I'm just going to be doing it based on worker count right now. Alright, what kind of format is this? Which one? The format. See, this is nothing but a numeric format. And you may have other formats. Like I want to have decimal places. Go ahead and check this. It's a decimal format. If I want to have some decimal format, I can have decimal format. If I wanted to have it. See, because the Indian numbering system is going to be different. Whereas in the US, it's going to be different. Whereas in Japanese, it's going to be different. Japanese, they counted like 4 digits. Every 10,000 is 1. Whereas in India, you have hundreds and then thousands and then lakhs and crores. Whereas in the US, it's going to be like thousands, millions, billions, etc. Each of those numbering formats is given the way that you want to have it. That's what it is. And if you want to have some decimals, if the field is going to have some decimals, it's going to be applicable as well. Decimals are more applicable for all your summations and your min-max and all those values over there. Invalid option. Go ahead and explore everything. It should be good. How you want to have it. Alright? If you're going to use some kind of a maximum salary, it's going to also show you the symbol and all those values as well. Probably none of these will apply, right? None of these will apply for this. It depends. That's what I'm saying. It is completely your will and wish as to how you want to set this up. Makes sense. Don't go back, please. Don't go back. Go to the next tab, please. Drill down. Alright. Can you just scroll a little up? I'll tell you. Because some of you may have a question. You may relate it to your S, Q, L and everything and ask me a question. Why I have not defined what is going to be the primary number of count of workers, active workers or something. That is actually going to come directly from your data source. Your data source. Can you just go to related actions of the data rows? Worker for HCM. Worker for HCM. This one. If you see over here, this is saying directly, saying 1 row per worker. Directly, it is going to fetch the number of rows. Each and every row is going to be only one worker of data. One worker of data is going to have just one row. This is where it comes in. When you are going to be building your report, you need to pay a little bit of cognizance as to what is going to be your data source. Because certain data sources may have multiple rows as well. There are some other data sources which are probably not indexed. And those data sources may have more than one rows of data. You may have to pay some cognizance as to what exactly the data source that I am choosing. Especially for a matrix report where I want to have just one row per worker, I would go for an indexed data source. Indexed on my worker ID. Alright, now let's go to the drill down options. Alright. Since we have given the management level and location, whatever details and drill down that you want to have, go ahead and give it. Whatever the options that you want to give in the drill down options, go ahead and give anything. Or I want the rest of the folks to give some options also, because you have already seen a lot of this. Please enter company, please. And check. Whenever you add a field, always check the related actions and which business object it belongs to. That it's going to give you a little bit more detail as well. Or go to the related actions of supervisory or primary position. Please. Everybody, whenever you look at any field related actions, pay attention to not only your business object but also the description. It says, the description says here the supervisory organization for the worker's primary position, which is very, very, very important. Please pay close attention to this field as well. Because tomorrow, if you're going to use a similar field for another report as well, this is something that you may want to look at. And this is going to be registered in your mind that it's easy for you to build reports from here on. Hope I'm making sense. It's imperative that you use a prefix always. Is it the report that you actually did? I'm not sure. Go. Metrics headcount. No. That's all. I think I saw another report which was actually by name location or something based on location. Not sure how much of that is saved. Probably at least the definition is going to be actively available. Calm down, please. Alright. We just have to work out through our report, grouping and other fields. Let's go to edit, please. And let's start quickly and let's finish it. I think we have already 35 minutes. Come down, please. It's all good. You're not adding any report tags. Let's not add any report tags for now. Because for now, let's not add any report tags. And go to the fields group by fields. Quickly add location. Location by country. No, the row grouping. Row grouping. Add location country. Alright. Next field is going to be management level. Alright. Should be good. Alright. Come down. If you want to add any other options. Column grouping. We didn't give any column grouping. We didn't give any column grouping. Unless you want to. I think we gave. We did something. I think we did something. Put it as active. Just put it as active worker. Currently active worker. Correct. Just put it as active. Only put active. Currently active. We selected. Currently active. Thank you. Right? We didn't have any other options. We didn't choose any. No option. Arrested items. And if anybody else is also trying along with this. Any issues that you faced, now go to drill down, please. Alright. In drill down, I think we gave the drillable fees. Company. The compensation grade and worker type. Supervisor organization. I think you added way too many. No worries. We can delete the rest of them. But we use very less. Mattox report. In a real world scenario, any report which goes across your top levels, they use a lot of metrics. Report. They use a lot of metrics. Compensation. Worker type. Worker type. And I think we also had supervisory organization. We had super. And I think we have 4 or 2 other rows, which are dummy rows. And you may want to actually remove them after adding support. Perfect. That's good. Remove the other 2 rows, please. Next row as well. Alright. In detailed data. Come over to detailed data. I will give you certain fields that you can use in detailed data. Click on that. In detailed data, we already have the employee ID, and I would rather want to view something like a location. Not the location country, but it's a location. Location. Go to the relevant actions. Alright, perfect. Give the location. Location. And I want to see the supervisor. Do we have to check the options? That's up to you. If you want to have any options over there, you can create an option. Have an option there. Alright, I'm not sure. Alright, also give the supervisor name. No manager supervisor name. Not the supervisor organization. Just give it as manager. Other one, manager. Should be good. Manager. Level 1 manager. Perfect. Why did we choose LM manager? Is it going to be yes or no? It is not going to be yes or no. This is going to spark your question for now, because I think you have the same question as what Krishna may have. Let's spark it for now, and then we will see what exactly the difference between drill down and detail is. I think that is where Most of the folks have an issue. We'll just get that clear today. Go to the filters, please. And if you want to add any filters, you can add some filters over here. It is the same as what we saw in advanced reports as well. If you want to add a filter, you can add a filter. Probably, I would put it as country, in USA or something. Country. This one. This is on the worker country, which means your worker's location address. Second one is your worker's domicile address. Your domicile address is different from your worker address. This is your worker address. Right. Let's go to the next one. If you want to add some prompts, you can add some prompts. What is filter on aggregation? Your count is going to be your aggregation option on this. Right. And like I said, if I'm going to use a non-index data source, I may have more than one rows in the count. Same employee may have more than one rows because it is a non-index data source. There I can give some filters on that aggregation as well, that aggregation option. That is, or aggregation operation that is happening. I can give some filters over there. Count of distinct employees. In SQL terminology, that is what it is. I would rather give it a select count of distinct employees or some other operations that I want to make on my filtering. That's just an example. Not on the filtering, aggregation. Some other filtering that I want to do on my aggregation is what that is about. Alright? And prompts. I don't think you need to give any prompts because you already gave a filter saying is, now go ahead and run the report, please. Up. Hope everybody knows what an output is and everything. Can we try a chart this time, if possible? I don't think here. This report may be for a chart because you have given management level and it is a matrix report. It may not make much sense right now. We will try it after this. Once we see the output, I will tell you, or probably as an activity, you can try a chart. But let's first do this. And then we will come to that. Because we are actually on the top of the hour right now. That's why I'm just trying to get a little rushing through. Right? You can share it with authorized groups. Whatever security groups that you have. Is that click on anything in advanced field. I don't see any necessity. One, because everything is clean here. We have already optimized for performance. And I don't see any facet options that you may need at the moment. Now go ahead and run this report. You don't have any options over here. And hope everybody knows where these prompt options are coming from. Even though I gave nothing. Chart and table also coming. That will come. But I wanted to explain this first. First and foremost, all the employees are active employees. You gave up. Now Gitika, do me one favor. In the top you see GG_HCM, reporting metrics and whatever. Go to the relevant actions of that. I'll tell you. Because I want to explain something over here important. Go to that particular custom report you see on the right side. On the right. Go to it. And then right click and open it on another tab. I'm sorry. Oh my. No worry. No worries. No worries. No worries. I'll just do. And go. Click on. Click on. Now what you do is duplicate this tab. Run the report on another tab. And I want you to also see. No, you cannot do that. Duplicate the tag. I want the report definition and the report details on side-to-side tabs. That I can explain those drill down and detail options to everyone. Because that's where I feel that some of you do have a small gap. Let's get that at rest today. That's what is my primary motive. Should I press and run the report? You press. It's not going to run the report. It's only going to save it. Hold. You have another tab. There you can run it. Have you run it over there? Or what is the status of that tab? I think I haven't. Run the report. Run this report. And hope everybody knows where this prompt option is coming from. These are undefined or these are hidden. Prompt tab fields that are coming directly from your data source or business object. Alright, now go to your report definition, please. You hold it already in your other tab. Oh, you have it in your other tab. That's what I was just referring to. Now come down, please. Come down. Scroll down. Come down. Go to the top. Go to the top in the grid. In the grid. In the grid. In the grid. Alright. Location. Address, which is country, and management level, primary position. Now go to your report. Go to your report. See here. Says first column. In the report is, which is, second one is management level, primary position. Whatever is going to be the management level, all those management levels, which have been defined over there, the first two columns. Go back to the report definition, please. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. Keep scrolling down. And grouping. We gave only grouping as currently active. Is the only type of grouping that we gave. Alright. And since we have chosen the data source filter as active workers only, we are getting only yes over there. Go back to the report. Go back to the report. See here. The third column, which says, because our data source filter is active workers only. It says only yes. You had chosen the data source filter as terminated workers also. You will see another bunch of column here, which is going to say no as well. Oh. And if you want to have other kinds of grouping in the column level, you can give those column grouping anything that you want. You can give a location hierarchy, East Coast, West Coast, whatever you want. You can do it. Clear on this. And again, the count. That you see the fourth column as well as the third column, the count. That you see over there. This all depends on the data source. Your data source is going to have one row per active employee. That is why you see the direct counting. That is actually happening. Nothing else is happening over there. This is straightforward. Clear on this, guys? How this count also works. Now go to the tab. Go to the report, please. Go to the report. Alright. Go to that particular first row, which says twofold. Don't click on it yet. You will see a small drop down. Click on that drop down. Click on that drop down. See view by company. Compensation grade. Support. Primary position. Worker type. These are all the drill down options that we saw. Go ahead and click on, let's say, worker to. Because I want to use a simple one to start. Click on that. See here, the same is split up as 22 contingent workers is 2 furnace. This is how your real-time drill down works. And again, that has a further drill down. Click on that particular drop down. I am drilling down further. Go to this particular contingent workers. 22 contingent workers are there. Go to company. Click on company. Those two. How am I going to drill down based on companies? Those particular 18. In that particular 18, I can drill down based on employee type or whatever I want. Support, compensation grade, whatever I want. Drill down options are Git. Hope you guys are able to appreciate this. Clear on everything. How drill down works. Just like if you guys are familiar with Excel, Tab, any of those analytic tools, how the drill down works. This is precisely. Drill down is. This is a preferred report. Hope you get the crux of where this is going to be used. Because this is very, very important. And these reports are very much used for making any business decisions. At a top level, your finances, your business teams always use such mix drill down type reports because this is going to give humongous amount of information. Alright, makes sense. And you can literally play around with this. Play around with this. Alright, now click on the 2 different. The number or the anything. Whether you click on that or it's all the same. If you see over here, if I click on the 249 and I get location and manager, your location and your management level, if I'm going to look at the detailed level details, this is what this is going to give me. It's not the drill down option for those 2 FIBO. Each one of them. If I had given the worker name also, it will give the worker name. It will say worker name. Say it's Aryan. Aryan is belonging to location San Francisco. Management or manager. Level 1 manager is going to be Ching Ching. First up, what we are going to be looking over today. The first topic, like I said, we are going to be seeing a few calculated fields today. We haven't gone through all the calculated fields. There are certain calculated fields or types of calculated field functions which I had missed on purpose because I wanted to go through that only after covering a related business object and other relevant topics over there. That is the reason why I didn't cover, and I told you that I'll just cover it later. There are like 3 different ones which we're going to be seeing at the start. Number 1, it's called as LRV, which is nothing but lookup related value. And we are going to be looking at ESI, which is nothing but extract single instance. Next is going to be an extract multi-instance. Alright, I think we covered ESs. ES is nothing but the jargon we use for extract single instance. And EMI is nothing but the jargon we use for extract multi-instance. These are the 2 different jargons which we use, and LRV is nothing but lookup related value. Common jargon we use, and just give you a heads up as well, because I might be calling it as LRVs, but that's nothing but lookup related value and ESI for extract single instance and extract multi-instance. These are common jargons which I use. Probably you can just make a note of that as well, because these are common things which everybody uses in a real world as well. Alright, that's with that. First up, we look at what is LRV, which is nothing but lookup related value. I'm just going to go to create calculated fields, and the field name I'm going to give it as test REN, or I will just go by the proper nomenclature. I'm going to have my company or name as Arian, and I'm going to say the calculated field name is LRV. Earlier, you are using it as CF for calculated field. Now, as we progress, what I would rather suggest is when you create a calculated field, instead of saying CF for calculated field, C, R for condition rule, I would rather suggest that you guys use appropriate function of each and every calculated field. As we progress, whenever you create a calculated field, use the naming convention which is appropriate to the calculated fields function that you have. Aggregate related instance should be ARIAC for arithmetic calculations, and then any other field for date, for DT difference, for DD, format date, whatever you want. As we progress, we use LAVESI for extract single instance, EMI for extract multi-instance. I would rather suggest try to start using appropriate conventions for each and every field name. And this is very important that you use only the appropriate naming convention. Alright, that's number one. And number two, LRVs are very widely used across the board because this is something that you need to get a lot. Alright. And the reason why I asked you to go through that related fields is you just see it next as well. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to build this particular new calculated field on worker business object. And I'm going to build RV as lookup related value. I'm going to say worker. Let me put it like business site address. Right? And why I've just named it is just a simple thing. I'm just going to put it something as simple. What I'm trying to do over here with this particular LRV that I have over here is I have a worker business object. But say my requirement happens to be from the worker business object. I need to pick that particular person's work location, address or PIN code, state information, or anything related to the work address of that particular person. And then you get the funder. See, I have a worker table over here. I have the worker profile over here. I'm going across to the worker profile. I know this particular worker is working out of a specific location. But for this particular location, Vancouver, I need to know which office of Vancouver is working out of number 1. And I need to get, say, this work address is over here. I need to get some specific information about just this particular worker alone. It could be like a PIN code, or it could be some other information which is available only in the only in the location business object. From my worker business object, I'm jumping across to my work. I have to my location business object and pulling out an information from your location business object. Alright. And for the folks who are in a technical background, it is nothing but joining two tables, say worker table and a location table. You are possibly doing an outer join and then picking out a field from your location table. This is the technical part of it. And the non-technical folks, it is like from my worker business object, I'm jumping onto a location business object. And I need to get some specific information from my location business object which was not available in my worker data. In my worker data, it may not contain all the details about my location. What I do is I traverse from my worker business object onto my location business object. And then pick across the information that I am looking for. From here, I'm jumping, say, this is the worker business object. From here, let me say that I'm moving across to location. I'm just trying to see all the links between my worker and my location. Happens to be 42 links which are available. And from that I may choose one which is appropriate for me and then pick across the field that I want from this particular location. Business object. That is precisely what I'm going to do here. Alright, I've gone to create calculated fields. I gave the name and then I gave the type as RRBs. Then I went across and then I fed the value of business object as worker. Took me to the next page. In this lookup field, I usually give the field over here, which is appropriate to the related business object that I want to look up. Here I'm using location field, which is from the location business object, and it is going to contain the primary location for my worker. Here in the lookup field, I will give the value as location. I'll give the value as location. Right. I'll give the value as location over here. And the other thing that you need to note over here is this particular field is always. This is a single instance field. In your LRBs, you can use only single instance fields as your lookup fields. We will get to. When we get into ESIS, you will understand it better. My lookup fields are only, and my god, lookup fields can only be a ESI or a single instance field. See over here, I have location over here. And what I am doing is this particular lookup field over here. All the lookup fields that you have can only be single instance field. It can only be single instance field. Remember when I told you about single instance field? It is nothing but a collection of fields or for that particular business object. I am picking a set of data which is applicable at that particular instance, or to be more, explaining it in a better language. In any table, I am picking one row of data. That is what a single instance is. I am picking one row of data in the other location table. From that, I am going to pick the data or the return value that I want. See here. For this particular field, the lookup field happens to be location. And this is from the worker location. And automatically the related business object is picked up as location. That is actually coming from here. I am traversing from my worker table to one row of data in my location table. I have picked that particular row. That is what this lookup field or lookup instance does. From there, I want to have a row or I just want to have one single field value to be returned. I have one table here, or people who understand Excel better. How would you do a VLOOKUP? Alright, those who are from a non-technical background, you know what is a VLOOKUP, right? What do you do in a VLOOKUP? You just try to map it over there and then find it out. That is precisely what we are doing. The same VLOOKUP concept. Try to apply it over here. I have two sheets of data or two columns of data from one column to another column. I see if there is a match. If there is a match, I want to return the nth column that I have over here based on a criteria. That is precisely what we are doing over here as well. If you have done VLOOKUP in an Excel, that's what it is. For this particular location, business object, I'm probably giving something like an address. I'm just giving a random field. You can pick any address you want. Alright, it's up to you guys. I'm picking an address. I could pick like primary city, primary address, city, country name, whatever. I'm just picking random value. Alright? Or let me put it like country primary address, country name. Alright. If you see over here, this is from the location business object. The lookup field was from my primary business object, which is worker. And the related business object was shown as location. And any return value will always be from your related business object only. It will be only from your related business object. And that's it. That's all that you need to do. Nothing else over here. Rest of whatever we created using and create calculated fields earlier is going to remain status quo. That's it. Now I have my field over here and I can use this field in my reporting as well. I can use it in my reports conditions. Wherever I want to use, I can do that. Not a problem at all. Oh, that is good. Next type of field that we are going to be seeing is Alright, I'm going to pick worker location. From worker, I'm traversing to location. I'm going to go my business object as worker. And I'm going to simply give it as ESI. Alright. Here again, instead of extract single instance, you can directly give it as ESI or LRV or lookup related values. This is an easier way for you to use it over here instead of giving the entire values. Alright. Here again, the source field that I want to have is going to be my location. Alright. Which location I want to use? I can use all of these locations over here. Alright. And again over here. If you see, all of these fields are going to be multi-instance fields. Alright. And give you a perspective as to what happens over here in an ESI is very simple. I'll explain it. First, you know database terminology, and then I will come across to a non-database level. See, I have worker table, and say I have location table from location worker table. I want to pick one row of data, not one single field value, but I want to pick an instance or a row of data based on a criteria. It's not that I'm picking the location, because Workday does not have the capability to do both of them. In SQL, you may write select location country address from location table. We are joining it with the worker table and based on a criteria, which could be something like the latest effective data. You cannot do it in Workday in a single SQL statement. You have to do it in multiple steps. The first step is going to be like a join, where what you are going to do is from your worker table, you are going to go across to your location table and you are going to put in a criteria, probably which is going to say effective date is your latest effective date. That's it. That is what you are going to be doing over there. Effective date is going to be your latest effective date. Alright. Your date is going to be your effective date, which is your latest effective date. I'm going to pick one row of data from your location table based on a criteria that I'm going to give. Here I'm picking the multi-instance field as location. See here returns all locations for your worker's primary and additional positions. Alright. Or I can even choose all active locations in the location. But I would rather choose this one over here where I will say all the locations for my workers, primary and additional position. And it includes active and inactive locations as well. Clear on this? Clear on what exactly we are trying to fetch over here and why I'm choosing the source field as location. Or let me choose locations because it's going to give only the active ones and not the inactive ones. It's going to make our life much more easier, right? The next thing. See, from my worker table, I'm going across and picking the latest row of data in my location. That's what I'm ideally doing here. I'm not picking up field value, but instead I'm picking a row of data. A row of data from my worker to my location. The same concept of related fields also applies over here. We are picking a single row of data based on a criteria that I'm going to give over here. Alright. And again, this is a condition field. If I want to create a condition, I can give a condition over here. I can create a new calculated field, which is going to be more a Boolean in nature. Alright. Let's go ahead and do it over here. And then I will go to an already existing one. Here for the criteria to explain what I'm trying to do over here. From the worker, I am traversing to the location table. My objective is to pick only the primary location. How we are going to pick remote locations and also normal locations. That's what we are going to do over here. Let's pick the location data. For that, I'm going to create a new calculated field. Let me say that I'm going to pick REN TFF for true or false. I'm going to say primary location. And my business object is going to be location. And my function is going to be true or false. And guys were asking me why you use a true or false. In order to create a condition in an ESI, we use it over here. And here, very simply put, I will say location type. Let's say location type. If I go to the related business object of this type of the location, and I'm going to say operator is going to be in. And I'm going to simply choose. Let's say local office or office. Let me say only office address. I'm just going to pick only a location type as office. Since we do not have the remote over here option over here, I'm just going to say only the office relevant address. And I will feed this as a criteria in my ESI. When it goes across from worker to my location table, it will pick only the location type as office. It is not going to pick any other data. Just like what you might do. And we look up with the filter criteria. We look up with the filter criteria. This is appropriately what we are doing here. Now let's proceed. I have created the field over here, which is going to say primary location. And again, one important thing that you need to do over here is in terms of sorting. Since this is going to be a single instance field, it is important that I give the sort field because it is going to pick only one row of data. It is going to pick only one row of data, which is going to be the topmost row. Based on the sorting criteria, it is not going to pick multiple rows. It is going to pick only the topmost row of data. It is going to pick only the topmost data. Here I am just giving you earlier. I explained the effective date concept. Here again in my location table, I am going to use the current effective date of my location table. And I am going to say descending. I am going to say descending that it is going to pick the latest data, which is currently effective. And one thing I just want you to understand is, where you are coming is precise, but global is a business object, which you can use anywhere, right? And the other day also, I think when we created a constant field is only going to be available in a global business object. Global is a business object which has no defined scope, and it can be used anywhere across the world. We can use it in any business object. It does not have any kind of a scope at all. It is not going to have a fixed scope. It can be used anywhere. Alright. Let me go quickly on create this one. Quickly going on creating this. I already have my created, your creator. Just putting this as current effect, right? And post sorting. Post sorting, I can also have. Based on this particular sorting, for the same effective date, I may have multiple rows of data as well. I can use first occurrence, last occurrence, specific occurrence. I can have more amount of filtering, as is the concept of HRIS. Clear to everybody? What we are doing over here in HRIS is, we are only picking one row of data based on a criteria. How to actually differentiate between your home address versus your work address versus your remote address. That's based on your condition field that you have over here. For this, you may have to give the appropriate worker location type or something. And that's going to give you the location address of that worker's remote address. Alright, let's get to ESI is going to return one row of data. One row data of my location. Business object over here. It's going to return one row of data of my location. Business object. Whereas your V is going to return if in that row of data from this, I can use this as a source field for possibly. If that makes sense to you, got? Go across to. I can't go across to location. The thing that I will show you that I haven't gone through this. But what would have ideally happened? Now we have created an yield from my work to my location. I made a note of it earlier. If you had seen the number of links between business object, and your location was earlier. Linked. You are what and your location. Business object. That was before. Creating the CIs. The same count. Should look as. Let's go over and see. And including a field that we have created over here should also show up over here. See here. Note. Including that create right now. This is also which I've created from location, from business object, location. All of these, in a nutshell, are either. If you see here, multi-instance, it's more of a I have my own field over here, which I can possibly another based on the because I have given a specific criteria over which is going to be only certain locations, and for that row of is already available and I can use it in a little bit more simple language. I have created a database over that view is going to return only row. From this view, I can see this view name, field name. These are nothing but linkages between one business object to another business object. They could either be in or, and there are certain which are Workday delivered. Whatever you are going to create is also going to be available over here. Alright, now let's go across multi-instance. I'm going to create an call field and I'm picking the same old business object because it is easy for you guys to understand it. Alright, you can try. Position, location, cost center. Whatever comes to your mind. I've already showed you yesterday. From up, how can you go to the reporting, field names and values over there? If you want to, you can go to your worker profile. You can go to any other and pick relevant fields. Pick out the business object. Explore whatever you want. Benefit, payroll information. Whatever business object you want to traverse from whichever other business object that you want to do, go ahead and do it. There is no hard and fast rule as to what you guys want to do. Over. Alright, let's go across to work. And I'm going to give extract multi-instance. Alright, you've already seen Vasai is. And from the look and feel of it, see over here, there are certain correct fields over here. And there are also certain fields over here. Let me just pull it out and then show it to you. That it's going to make a lot more sense to you. Side by side, I've shown both these. What is the difference? Difference that you see between which is on the left side versus which is on the right side. What is the difference? Rows of data. HRIS. Here also, you can have only one. I'm afraid you cannot have multiple ones. Here also, I'm going to give only locations. You can have only one field. All of these are radio buttons. Alright, these are not. What is that? These are not checkboxes. These are radio buttons and you can choose only one. Alright, this can return multiple values. And again, if you see over here, like a view that you may possibly create. And again, if I am going to give an intersection, the same that you have in your mathematics concept. I'm giving subset. I'm just giving a subset over based on a condition. If I'm going to choose it, say as a union, then I can have source field 1, source field 2. Both of them are going to be in the same business object. And what is it that I want to do? I can create a subset. I can create an intersection. I can create an exception location based whatever that I want to have effectively. In that script, when you put out your criteria and your joins and everything, this is exactly what I'm doing here. Clear guy, I can have one source field here as location. I can have position based on what I want to have, but ideally, I would prefer to have only location and location here. I don't want to confuse you guys right now. Alright, I don't want to confuse you guys. I'm just using only location because when you look through the entire picture, it will be a little bit difficult for you. That's why I'm just choosing a simpler one over here. Let me go for subset, but you can explore definitely what an union, intersection, and an exception is going to be the same mathematics concept that you have your Venn diagrams and everything. What is a union? What is an intersection? What is a subset? And everything, it is exactly the same based whatever criteria that you give over here. And again, once I create this it because this I may have multiple rows of data I can create. And that is like this. I'm going to it's down to a single of and I can use it location to pick an appropriate. This is effectively how it works in a real world. Business may come out with a requirement. In this particular, I have this particular, say from benefits related, I have something like benefits enrollment, relevant data, which is more in the benefits business object. From there, they will ask you to build a report which you want it in what business object as primary business object you have to build first. If there are multiple instances, build MLI. From that email, pick the latest effective data for year. From that, you have to pick Villac as a source field for your Wilt as a source field for your. That is how the chain of commands work over here. I'm not confusing you. Clear on this? What exactly you the concept that you have non-technical. Just write this. You have two sheets of data. I want to find verb kind of structure between these two. I put with and then I pick one row of data, my location, and then a worker sheet, and then I go across to that particular field which I have got based on effective criteria that I have, based on criteria that I have, and then I pick the value over here using a. I'm picking a subset, which is a very in the real world. I may put a union or intersection, and I may have much of data I'm creating, or a subset, or an intersection. where I'm going to have 10 or 5 rows of data. From those 10 or 5 rows of data, I will put it across the net to filter down in one row, and that one row I will use to get the appropriate information that I want. Alright, let me go across to my I have created. Alright, this is an I have created. It is on the business object toad. What I go across to I click on instead of source field. Can I not give? And again, I will show this again to you as well. You see, fourth here, I'll just click on this randomly, but you will have effectively 44 rows. See here, you have 44 rows, even though it shows. Because it's not refreshed, I will have both and over. This one is a multi-instance. This is a single instance because this one I created as an. This one I created multi-instance. Clear on this, guys. What is this? What is? Because even in your interviews, even though it might be a little bit of an intermediate concept, but if you can understand this and appreciate this, nothing like it, because this is a little bit foundation plus one level. This is very important, even in your interviews. If people are going to ask you, what is the reporting field? What is a novice? You should be able to explain it to them. This is very, very important that you understand the concept. That's why I'm telling you, you guys need to work on some work as an activity. At least, and in your reports, you cannot use your or in your report, but you can definitely use it to pick anything that you want. Rem that you want. You that is available to clone. Then play around with. Let's get on to today's topic that we have today. Today we are going to be seeing something what is very, very important. It is used a lot in the real world as well. We call it as EIBs. EIB, that is Enterprise Interface Builder. Enterprise Interface Builder, or in jargon that we use for that, is called as EIBs. And this is a very, very important tool which is used in Workday. And the main purpose of EIBs is to transfer data from or to Workday, which means I can build an inbound data interface which is going to get data into the Workday system, or it can be used to extract data out of the Workday platform. Out of the Workday platform. What effectively it means is, for example, I need to create, say MS, I need to create positions. Say I want to create 1,000 positions. For example, I need to create thousands of positions. What I would use is the EIB tool. We will deal about the UI part a little later, but I will create a EIB to create a position. I can create 1,000 positions in just a flash. Instead of going through the entire UI, creating it one by one by one. Instead, I would create it all MS just by the click. Alright. That is what a typical EIB, which is an inbound EIB, is going to be. An outbound EIB is. The reverse is to typically extract the data out of my Workday system and share it across in a specific format with an external vendor. Post-transformation, something like a payroll vendor, absence vendor, time tracking vendor, or any other benefits vendor, something like insurance or a medical policy or other relevant details. I can share the data from Workday to an external vendor that we call it as outbound EAB. The data is going out of Workday system. We call that as outbound, whereas the data which is going to come into the Workday platform is called as an inbound EIB. Make sense clear on what exactly outbound EIB and an inbound EI is with the example that we've just given. Any questions? Or if I have to give it an inbound EIB, probably for those who are from a PeopleSoft background, your EIB is nothing but your version of component interfaces. It's precisely the same. Right? Those who are from a PeopleSoft background, I think for Oracle HCM Suite or from SuccessFactors also, we have specific inbound and outbound interfaces. The same one is what we have in Workday terminology. We call it as EBs. And again, EBs are very, very simple. We can have them as an Excel template, which means if I want to load their data into my Workday system, the UI is mostly nothing but an Excel format only. It's only an Excel. Instead of filling out the data manually, say, for example, if I want to create a position, what I would do is I would go to the position creation task and then I will fill out all of these details regarding my support, regarding all the other details. I have to fill out all of this and then hit, and then it's going to go across certain processes and everything. Do you expect me to be doing this 1,000 times to create 1,000 positions? Maybe not. Rather, I would use an EIB to create 1,000 positions. I would submit the values using an EIB template, which is more of an Excel format, which is very easy for your HR teams to operate. And all that needs to be done is simply push it, and then the system is going to do the rest of its job. That is number one. Number two, you may ask me a question. When I go and create a position, what happens in the back end? People may ask me what actually happens in the back end is your create position. Business process is going to get triggered. Am I right? Guys, are you there? Because I thought for a second that I lost you guys. Only thing is, you may ask me what exactly happens to the business process. The business process is all. Let me just pick any normal business. Let me take create position BK sales. I'm not able to find the default definition because you have like thousands of definitions. Ignore the error in this business process. When I create a position, the create position business process also gets triggered when I do it manually via the UI. Why are the UI? This gets triggered. But when I do it via EBs also, the business process does get triggered. Alright? But there are certain steps which cannot be triggered. Say, for example, in this particular business process, there are certain steps like a document generation, like calling another integration, which is integration in the sense from this business process. I'm going to trigger another integration to a third party or any other report generation. Those steps alone will not be triggered. I will repeat when I use a bus, when I use an EAB. It operates in the same manner as I do it in a UI when I do it manually, except that I use it for a bulk loading option. I use it for a bulk loading option when I want to load hundreds and thousands of same positions or hires, terminations, change jobs, etc. But the same business process will get triggered. But what we do is some of these steps by default in the business process will not get triggered. Approvals will get triggered. But report generation, document generation, and as third-party integration, say from this position interface position business process, if I am going to be sending across an integration to a third-party vendor to send this data, that will not get triggered. That will not get triggered. That will not get triggered. Alright? What we usually do is, whenever we know that for a specific business process, we are going to have an EIB load. We usually create a separate business process definition only for the EIB load. Only for the EIB load, we will create a specific business process which is going to take care only of the EIB integration. And that is usually going to have only the initiate step. It's not going to have any of the other steps unless it is mandatory. Something like a change or assignment is mandatory. Rest of them is never ever mandatory. Clear on this? For a higher business process, there are two mandatory steps. One is going to be a change or assignment. And then next, the mandatory thing for your hire is going to be your change or assignment. And another is your personal information. These are mandatory ones. But for your normal position also I need change or assignment. And in my EIB definition on of my business process, I will only have the mandatory steps which will also be automatically completed. We will see that next also. Am I making sense? We are not going to use this definition. We will create a separate definition which is going to be used only for EIBs. Only for EBs or external loads. Clear on this? I will not have them in the C. Now let me show you. I will show that makes it sense. Now I'm going to copy this business process definition over here and I'm going to say it is going to be effective 0/1/19/100. And instead of copy workflow to business object, I will say rule-based definition. I will say area and external load. Alright, I will create. They seem to have done a little bit of a mockery because this definition was not available at 13/1/19/100. I cannot create that one over there. That is why I'm just putting it just a week prior. Alright, my definition will look something like I would remove all of these. I'm going to do this. Possibly I'll have only the pay group assignment. Pay group assignment and change job costing allocation is not required. Review is not required. I do not want to have an approval. I'll tell you also. If you want, I would rather say I would even remove these two. If it does not throw me an error. Let's say if it's going to throw an error, I'll put it like test for EIB loads. That's it. This is how it's going to look. It's going to be more like a bare bones. It's going to be more a bare bones. It's not a business process. It's going to be a bare bone implementation or a bare bone business process and definition. Alright. And one thing I think I taught you about the rule-based definitions as well. Did I teach you about rule-based definitions or not? You know about how to create. I'm sure you know how to create it for a specific business object. But did I guys? Did I teach you all about how to create a rule-based definition and how to trigger them? This particular business process, in your normal business process that we have. I'm just parking AIB just for a quick 2 minutes. Sorry on that. I think I should have taught you guys this earlier. I have it over here. Let's say create position. This business process has been created for a business object, which is possibly a supervisory organization called CR people team. Alright? Whereas this definition I created right now is called as a rule-based BP definition. There are two types of business processes which can be created, one for a business object. If you see over here, if I go and copy this definition, I say copy or link the definition. I will get two definite options over here. One is the workflow. One is copy definition to a business object, which means you are going to copy it to a support, or you leave the link, or I will do is I will create a rule-based workflow definition name, which means this workflow definition to business object is automatically going to be triggered for a specific business object, which could possibly be my location, company, call center, or a supervisory organization. Whereas I can also create a rule-based definition which can be triggered based on a rule. And where I'll be giving this rule is I go to any business process definition of create position business process and I come to rule-based business process configuration. Rule-based business process configuration. Alright, and here I will enter a new rule over here. I will see if I can have an external light. I think that is already available over here. Alright, please pay close attention to this particular rule. This is already a delivered rule which is available. This rule definition is going to say external load is equal to I for array. It is precisely an external load, which means I'm not going to use the OA to do it, whereas I'm going to load it via an external APE interface. I'm given the external load field over here equal to I. If external load equal to I, then I'm going to choose an appropriate rule-based definition over here. For all external load-based rule, this is the business process rule-based business process definition which is going to be triggered. And again, you may ask me a question. I have one for company cost center or supervisory organization. I may have one for rule-based as well. Which one will take precedence? The one that will take precedence is always the one created for the specific company, cost center, location, or your supervisory organization. For example, I have one APE which is created 1 minute. I have one created for rule-based, another for sorry, I think I made a mistake over there. It's not the comp, it's not the one that is going to be created for that. It is going to take precedence of the rule-based, not the one that we created for that specific object. The first one that it's going to check is, do I have one for a rule-based? If I have one for a rule-based, then it is going to trigger this. If not, then it will go and pick the business process which is created for that particular business object for that particular business object. I'll show you that in a better way. Also, I go to my support code Aryan. And now for this, let me go across to business process definitions for this particular B, for that supervisory organization. Alright, let me go to position. Alright, I have one definition. I do not have any position, any create position. Business process created for this. For this particular test, run BPP1 supervisory organization, the default one which is going to be here is going to be the default definition which is already created. And if I try to load it via an ABE, which is an external load, the definition which is going to be triggered is going to be your create position Aryan external load which I have created. Got it? Make sense? Clear on this far? And that is the way I would create a rule-based definition. We have like a rule-based definition. We have like a rule-based definition and also one which is created for the business object. Alright, for the business object, the one which is going to be triggered first is going to be your rule-based. Then your business object level is going to get triggered in your rule-based. Clear on this far? Any questions here on how to create rule-based definition? Similarly, I can have any kind of rule-based business object. Say I'm going to have like club multiple definitions as one say for the entire North American region. I want to use only one create position business process definition and not everything else. I would create one rule over here and say if the location for my hire is going to be North American region, then I would create one definition for the entire North America. Clear? Any questions? Hello, clear on this? Alright. Let's move on to ABES. Like I said for ABES alone, what I have done over here is I have created a new business process definition, which is a very lean business process over here. It has only initiate because in my business process, whatever a business process that I am going to load, it will contain only very few steps. It's not going to contain a whole lot of steps. Right, it's going to contain only very few steps. I make it as lean as possible. And this is going to be extensively used only when I want to load multiple rows of data at a single point of a time. I'm going to be clear, got it right. There are three things which you need to completely understand. One is going to be your, if I'm going to put it like I said, ABE is going to be like, it's a very simple integration to load data into Workday or extract data out of Workday. Loading data into Workday. Example is if I want to bulk load any kind of positions, hires, terminations, change jobs, for example. Say if I have like multiple employees for whom I want to initiate a promotion, change of location, transfer, say I want to do it in mass, I use an ABE. For example, you want to load a compensation pay change as a part of your Probably your compensation review cycle, which could happen towards the year end. If you want to load multiple low rows of data or you want to load for hundreds and thousands of employees, Abe is a one-stop shop for that particular use. Alright, and it's very easy. And again, if I want to get data out of Workplace system and send it across to another third-party vendor, I can use outbound, EAPS, and also the methodology for that. Outbound is going to be very simple. First, I need to extract the data, which is get data, get data. And the next one is going to be your transformation of your data. And again, this third one is going to be your delivering the data protocol, which is more like your SMEP encryption and all of that. And again, why I emphasized on get data. Guys, does it ring any bells as to where we have possibly seen get data, get data, get data? Do you remember where we saw get data and what was the other one that you saw there in get data? What was the other one? You had something else supplementing get data as well in the security, which I told. I will deal with it when we get into IBS and everything. What was the other terminology that we saw? When you get something, what do? The complement of that. Get data is to get data from Workday. Put is to put data into Workday. Alright, get is going to be for an outbound interface. Now, if I want to tie it down to your domain security policy level for that particular domain, for example, if I take position, if you have access to that particular position, domain, and the appropriate fields, and also the appropriate page, and everything else, then you will be able to get data accordingly, extract data accordingly, and if you want to perform an inbound interface for the same domain, you may want to have what is called as put data, data permission. Makes sense for you guys? Clear on this, where this actually boils down into clear. Where does this position or where does this get? And see here org design. Let me go to org, design create position provides access to. This is org studio. Let's not get into org studio. That's a different one setup position. What is this? This is access to set of information. This should be it. See here domain access to set up information about positions, including work type jobs and positions. This is the domain. This is actually the master domain. It's going to have a lot of child policies as well. If I come over to alright, let me get. Pick something else. Let me go into something more of a child domain, something. Alright, see here get and put. Now does it ring bells for you? For this particular domain, check policy for the actions. If you see certain actions like proposed job, we will see this in the template. If you have access to your get and your put operations, you will be able to get data in that particular business object or your position in more clear terms. That is number one. Number two, as far as security is concerned, the point when I'm saying that it is similar to my business process, just that it is going to be a little different, I'm obviously going to have policies, that is business cross-process security levels as well. Remember initiating action. Create position web service. This, if you see initiating action, create position. This is more at a T level when you go directly to the task. That is what this is, whereas when I load it via an EAP, these are the security groups who can load it via EAP. For every business process which has an appropriate type definition, the initiating action will always be probably create position or your create jobs, create a hire somebody, terminate somebody in brackets web service. Only these security groups will be able to create a position via IBs. The security to actually load the IBs is coming via this particular web service. Initiating action in your BP security policy, whereas the data is going to be coming from the appropriate domain, get and put actions. Clear on this? Far clear? Any questions? Your team. The get and the put permissions at a domain level are going to control the precisely. They are going to precisely control the data that is going to be got, or it's going to be extracted, or it is going to be put in the workplace system, whereas the actions which are there, which is like initiating a business process, is driven by the same BP security policy, but only differences. Instead of initiating action, create position only. It is going to be like create position within Bracer's web service, because this is definitely going to be an API call which is going to be initiated. Clear on this? Only those folks who have the access for the create position web service action will be able to run an EAP. The rest of the folks will not be able to run an EAP. Clear on this? Funder, any questions? Your team, is this clear at a high level overview? Is this clear in terms of what is the security? Alright, perfect, alright. Like I said, for any outbound IBs, there are like 3 steps. One is your get data. We've seen the permissions. It's going to come from your domain security policies for the field level and for you to initiate the EAP. That is going to come from your business process web service, initiating action stage. Right? That's where it is coming from. Clear on this, clear on the purpose, and where the data and also the security, everything is coming in, because that is something which you might be prompted in your interviews as well. Where is the permission coming for ABs? One is going to be your get input data in your domain security policies, and the next one is going to be in your business process web service initiating action. Alright, that's number 1 next. First, when do you want to consider ABE as a right tool? One is like, can I have a transformation done? This is more for an outbound ABE. For an outbound ABE, when should I consider this as a right tool? Which is like, I want to have one-stop shop for all of my outbound interfaces, and I want to transform the data and also share this across with my third-party vendor, including transformation. If I can do it in a single step, I might use an outbound ABE. That is number 1. Second, if I want to have any kind of a transformation, typically if I want to have some transformation of my data, the other purpose is like the entire transformation of my data can be managed in a single shot. Which means a transformation of a data, which means like, see, I'm going to extract, say I need to send across a data to my payroll vendor. I need to send the data. I need to first extract the payroll information. Say I need to send the data across to an ADP payroll vendor. What I would rather do is I would first extract the data from my workplace system, make some transformations. Transformations is like whatever data I have got, should I clean up the data, ensure that I do not send any kind of personal information. What I might do is I might send only the employed information, old vendor, and apart from that, I might also do some other transformations as well, some basic level checks, calculations, checks and balances, and whatever I want to do, I will do it. All of this, I can do it in my external IB load. Alright? And again, security setups. We will see that up. Alright? That's number one. Second, as far as your security for your integration or your outbound integration is concerned, I do not want to go more into detail in the technical stuff for now, since we are going to be dealing more about the inbound integrations. Remember only a couple of things over here in this. When I see the demo, when I show you the demo, you will understand it a little bit better. But what I would rather say is we have to have first the permission to the appropriate domains. The domains need to have the access. Like I said, put get access, and obviously you're going to have the view permissions as well. That is number one that you need to have. Ignore the second part for the I, link, the ISO to apes and the report, because this is more for the outbound integrations where you can transform the data and everything. But I do not want to deep dive into it for now. I'm just going to be only teaching you inbound because outbound is very technical and I don't want to get to that because there is some studio integrations, much of stuff. We'll concentrate on inbound only for now, which means you need to only remember you need to have the get access to the data. That is number one. And the second thing that you need to have is your web service initiating action for that particular business process, and you're good with it. Alright, that is the only thing that you need to have as far as an inbound ABE is concerned, and outbound ABEs are going to be more used for extracting information from the Workday system. Or you want to attach it back to the tenant for further use references. Or if you want to transform it, say for example, I'm going to get the data transform it in some manner or the other. For example, I might get the raw payroll data, send it across to my payroll vendor and post the payroll calculations. The payroll calculations is going to be like I'm going to get only the CACTIS information from my workplace system. Then I'm going to send it across to my payroll vendor, be it a Ceridian or an app or any vendor, for example, then get the data back as your earnings deductions, tax deductions, etc. and then push it back into my Workday system. This is a typical example, an end-to-end example for an ABE. Alright, let's more go into the inbound ABE part, because that is more what I want to focus about, not the external or the outbound ABEs. Inbound ABEs. What I'm going to be possibly doing is first, from my external system, I'm going to get the data, and if I want to transform it, since the EV, in this case, is going to be Excel, I can easily do my transformation the way I want to do it. Next, I'm going to load it or deliver it into my... We can have other formats as well, but the common one is Excel. We'll see that next as well when we go into the short demo. Alright, all that way. Let's go to that. And then, simple thing, what we do is we create an IBE and then we load the data after transforming it or getting it from my third-party vendor and then push it into my Workday system. Alright, let's see an example that will make it a lot more clear to most of your questions that you have. In order to create an EBE, what I do is I go to the task and I say create EBE, create EBE. I'm going to be using the create positions task. I'm going to put it like alien, which is always my naming convention. I'm going to say create inbound. Always mention whether it's an inbound or an ABE, inbound or an outbound ABE. I would rather put it as create position inbound ABE. Create position as the ABE that I'm going to use. I'm going to say inbound ABE and I'm going to say inbound over here. I'm not creating an outbound one. All bound is to extract data from Workday and then push it to a third-party vendor. Inbound is to get data into the Workday system or put data into Workday. Now I'm going to say, next it's going to open this particular screen over here and in comments. If I want to say test ABE, I will say it as test ABE over here. I'll go to next retrieval method. See here, it is like I can have multiple ways in which I can do it. I would choose attach file at launch, but in a real world any of these could be used. FP is via a secure file transfer protocol. If I already have it configured and if my server has been whitelisted and all that is done, I can use FP. Or I can use a Google Drive if I have the access to it, or a URL or an CEF or any other file retrieval mechanism that I want to do. I can use any of them whatever I want to do. But now I am using attach file at launch. Alright, you can do it also. If you want to do it now, you can do it as well. I do not want to restrict it to something. If I want to restrict it to only some instances, I can do it over here. Next, data format file type. I'm choosing only a spreadsheet template over here. I do not want to choose custom spreadsheet, but I would prefer a web service spreadsheet template which is similar to what we have web service operation here. Enter the business process name, which is create position. See here at create position web service, use this particular one. This is exactly the same that you gave in your business process initiating action. It is exactly the same that you have over here as well. Whatever permissions are secured over here, only those folks will be able to run this. And again, here you see a long list of people who can run this. But in a real world, this particular create position web service is restricted only to some of the admin level groups, not to everybody. Only to certain admin level groups can run IBs. Not everybody can run an IBs. Only very few cherry-picked people can run an IBs. Not everybody. Not every Tom, Dick and Harry is going to be able to run an IBs process. Alright, I will hit next, the next one, transformation type. I'm not going to choose anything. It's going to be a template model, only all of these options which come from next onwards. I would rather go next. That is nothing much that I want to create because all of these are pre-loaded over here. Alright, usually the only thing while creating ABE that we need to concentrate upon is one is your name and another, the most important, is going to be your web service operation. Rest of them, you can just have the default options, which are going to be directly loaded. Only thing that you need to put over here is your web service operations, and then you can hit next, and then you can hit next, and it should be fairly straightforward. We do not have anything over here. This is all. Delivery method is going to be your web service operation, and since no other delivery mechanism is actually configured, let's go to next and then create and submit, review, and then submit. Everything is done. Alright, clear on this. Now I have my first inbound ABE integration system created, which is called as Learn Create Position Inbound ABE. And one small tip for you. This is an integration system which is created, but still it's in EB. But if I want to view this, I can directly go and pick this, or I can use in CIS. That's the prefix. That is the prefix. Int is the prefix because this is an integration system. Integration system is just a process. It means a process, and if I say the prefix as ins, my ape process is going to be coming. That is a prefix that I use for my ape process. Clear on this. Any questions before we jump into the next? And again, you can see the configuration. Whatever I have done over here, the create position web service, all that is available under the travel method is going to be file at launch. Attach file at launch, or if I want to drive it from my CEFT or something, you have to configure your CEFT, provide all the details, and then have it whitelisted and all that. And securities, the same security groups. Integration system, security groups which are going to be linked is all available over here. That is number 2. Second, now I've created my definition. Like I said, this is an Excel-based template. And how do I go to that? I go to this integration system, which is nothing but YIP. Go to the related actions at the bottom. I see an option over here, which is called as template model. I click on generate spreadsheet template, and here, if I want to choose the option, I can either have it as an XML or an XLEX. I choose an XLEX, which is nothing but your Excel format. If you guys are familiar with XML, you can do XML also, because XML is more for other languages. Because if I'm going to get the same file from another third party or a Java-based application, I may go for an XML. Because all your JSPs and everything, it's easy for me to generate it using an XML rather than XLEX format. If it's going to be VIA and JSV or other things, I might use an XML. But since here I'm going to have an Excel formatting, I will go to give it as XLEX. Then I'm going to say confirm, just a confirmation checkbox, and I click submit. Alright. Once I do it, if you see here view background process, and I have several tabs over here similar to the process tabs that you saw, hit refresh. This is going to give me the completion percentage of my creation, of my generation of my spreadsheet template process. It's going to run, and once it is completed, it is going to provide my output files. I just have to go to my output files and then click on create position XLX, and this particular version it shows here create position _ v42.0, which is nothing but the version of this particular abe. This particular ape or web service operation will have versions which are delivered by Workday from time to time, and the current version happens to be 42, which means that I like 41 versions prior, and based on the latest changes, 42 is the latest version. Probably 6 months down the line, Workday may introduce a new version called S43. Alright, from time to time, Workday releases new versions of this. You just have to be mindful about it as well. Of course, when you load this template, you may get an error saying that you are using an obsolete version. Please use the latest version. That is always there, and it's an option. Alright, now what I do is I click on this particular file, and it is going to download in my local desktop, and then I open it over here. It is very simple. Alright, it's a fairly straightforward and a simple template. Let me explain how exactly this works. The first one I have, like multiple business process or sub-business process. Where this is all coming down to is very simply put, I say create position. I go to this particular task and the supervisory organization is just defaulting. Just ignore that for now. And if I see over here all of these options, your supervisor position, title, number of positions, availability date, everything is exactly what is available over here as well, available here as well. And all that you need to do is only those which are marked as required are the mandatory fields. Rest of them are not mandatory fields. Only those which are marked as mandatory fields. You need to have them filled. Rest of them ignore it. If it is marked as optional, it is up to you to whether you want to provide a value to it or not. For example, your position aid, which is self-generated, is an optional field. It is not mandatory for you to provide a value for the position aid. If you do not provide it, it's going to be automatically picking it up, but it's good to have if you want it. And again, your position title is a mandatory field here. If I go over here, this is your job posting title. This is your job posting title. This is your job posting title. This is going to be definitely something required, but it's mentioned over here as optional. Ignore it. What I would rather do is I would go by this screen over here, and whichever fields are marked as mandatory, I would go and fill all these fields in all the 5 tabs that I have over here. All the 5 tabs I have over here is nothing but an Excel version of all these fields that you may have to fill it in a real world in the VE. But only difference being all of this is all of this is for one row, whereas in an Excel, up to the Excel's limit of 1,000,000 rows, I can load how many ever. I can load how many ever rows of data that I want. I can load up to 1,000,000 positions in a single batch processing. In a single batch processing, I can run up to 1,000,000 rows, which is of course the limit of my Excel. Clear on this far? What exactly happens? It is exactly the same. Some of you who are from a PeopleSoft background, whatever you did in Excel to see, this is exactly the same. No difference of whatsoever between an Excel to Sci in your PeopleSoft versus an Abe in Workday. It's exactly the same. Makes sense to all of you and the rest of the folks. If I want to load work data, I will go ahead and use this. Or for example, for some of the folks from my own practical experiences, people are not really comfortable because those who are traditionally from a background, they prefer an Excel-based loading because that is the way they are used to maintaining their data. What they would do is they would maintain all their data in Excel, and they prefer to load this rather than coming onto the screen loading everything. They generally do not prefer this. Some her folks do not prefer. This is from my own personal experience. No offense, but some hers really do prefer the Excel way of working rather than the system way of working. For them, this is an easier to use format. Easier to use format when I compare with my U-relevant setup. Clear on this, guys? Any question? I do not have a template. What I will do is I will try to create a new template today. I have to fill out all of these details. It's going to obviously take some time, but I will just show you how to do it, and then I will share the template across with you by the end of today, and then you can load it across. But I will show you how to load it actually. This is the security. Alright. See here, this is the IB definition that I have created and the way I would load this. This is not mine. Let me go to my definition over here, create position, inbound IB. In order to load my IB, I go to my view integration system or INSYS, and then I go to my integration definition, and then I go related actions, integration system, integration, not integration system, and then I say launch. If you see, I have given the value here as retrieval method over here on the left side. I'm just highlighting it from the mouse attach file at launch. We will see that next. Now I'm going to do is run frequency. And if I want to run this like other, I think it was Kalyani or Krishnamini. Either of you were asking, how do I schedule it? This is the way I can schedule it. If I want to schedule this to be run at a periodic interval, I can do it as well. Similar to how we saw for report scheduling, the same option. Next, then over here create position web service attachment. I will give the value here a specify value. I will choose a value over here as create integration attachment, and then over here I will just load my file. I'm just trying to create a file over here. I just need some time to create all those values. I will click and attach it over here. Alright. This is an empty template. I'm not going to load anything, and once I load it over here, if I want to mention other options over here, I can do it. For example, if I'm trying to load say 10,000 rows and then 10,000 rows, how this will work in a real world is out of the 10,000 rows. If 10 rows have errors, it is not that out of the 10,000 rows, the 10 rows have errored out. The process will fail for the rest of them. It does not work in that way. It will ideally work for the 9990 rows. Only those 10 will error out. The rest of the 10 which have errored out due to some data issues, you can reload the template with the correct data representation values and reload them. That is going to help it all right. I repeat, if I have 10 rows erroring out in my 10 rows in row data set, I can ensure, or the Workday does ensure, that the rest of the 9990 rows successfully load and only 10 rows will error out, which I can load it back again in my second run. That is number one option. Second, if out of those 10,000 rows, I know that 1,000 is going to be loading as an error, I can set a cutoff limit where I'm going to say if it hits a cutoff limit of say 50 rows, then the process will automatically halt. If it has reached a threshold error value of 50 rows, then it will error out. That is number one. Alright, I can set up this particular value as my error threshold limit. Next option I have over here is validate only load, which means there are like two modes over here. One, I want to only validate my Excel template, but I do not want to load it at first because some of the users' first run time when they load it, they will load it only as a validate. If I check this box, it means it is going to only validate but not load. Validate for any errors which are there in my load. Alright, it is not going to have any kind of a loading done. The data is not going to hit the database. It is only going to validate for errors and checks. That's all it's going to. That's what we mean as a validate only mode. If I'm going to check this box, it's going to only validate. That is one. Next, add errors to the attachment. Every time I load it, this particular attachment is going to come out with all the values which have errored out. And the value error results will also be loaded in this attachment file that you will see as a part of the output. That is what this option is going to be clear on this thus far. Clear on this. What I will do is I just need something like half an hour to load. This is around 10 or 15 rows. I will load this and I will share the template and also the details of this particular integration process in probably half an hour's time or 1 hour maximum. You can check it up as well. Clear on this part. But this is the mechanism how you would load an inbound process. Clear on this as far. Any questions, team? When I'm going to transform my legacy data from my legacy HRIS system, like Jade AdWords or SuccessFactor, PeopleSoft, Oracle HCM Suite, whichever it is, onto Workday, then I would use this particular IVE tool. And one more important information to you, when we dealt with business processes, remember I told you, when you create a business process, please ensure that the performance is within limits. Alright, it should be within limits because when I load hundreds and thousands of rows of data, for my business process should be able to handle it. Otherwise, it's going to go for a toss. It's going to go for a toss. Clear on this? Any questions, team? Because it will go for a toss if I'm going to have much of information and much of processes in between it and much of integrations and everything. Imagine running 100,000 rows of data if you're going to load it in one shot. If my business process is going to be all crap, then it's going to take several days. It's going to take several days because it's going to have much of transformation. That's why in my external load definition of my business process, I try to keep it as lean as possible and again my IVEs are going to be loaded only by very, very cherry-picked users, which could be at an admin level people only. Not every Tom, Dick and Harry is going to have access to load my IVEs. Only cherry-picked admin or higher level users are going to have access to running IVEs. Not everybody is going to have access to it. If that makes sense to you as well, let me open my higher BP definition. It'll make sense for you. I'm opening higher N. Alright, in this higher BP definition, ignore the error. What is the error that? In my higher BP step or higher BP that I have, if I'm going to transform this to an IVE, I've added all the mandatory ones. The mandatory ones, like I said earlier, work, change your assignment, pay group assignment, and create Workday account. These are the mandatory 3 steps which are required. If I want to have onboarding, I can have it for onboarding. Also, if I want to have onboarding, I can have onboarding. Otherwise, it's for me to skip onboarding as well, but mandatory. I need to have change your design, which is going to happen by default, and I will have in my higher IVE template. I will have a change or assignment template. I will have a template for assign P group as well, just like what you have over here. I will have an assigned pay group as well. Change your assignment will also be available. Workday account will automatically be created because this is a Workday service. It will automatically run and create my Workday account automatically. All these will be there. I will keep it to bare bones of what is required. The rest of them I can ignore. Probably I will ignore approvals. If I do not want to have approvals, I can ignore approvals. Maybe onboarding as well, if I do not want to have onboarding. for all those people whom I'm going to load, because this is more used on an as and when basis. Say, if I'm going to pull the data from my legacy, it is to load all my legacy employees who would have been hired some 10 years in the past as well. For them, I need not initiate onboarding again, right? I wouldn't need them. I would need only org assignment, assign pay groups and create Workday account. That should going to suffer. That is going to suffice. I may not need approvals. I may not need onboarding for them. I will keep only these 3 mandatory. Your steps A1, A2, B4 are going to be knocked out before we winged up for the day because I will just load this template. Just give me an hour or I'll finish my other stuff and then I'll get back the best November with me. Back for this. Typically, the template that I had actually built for create position, I've just quickly dragged and just put a drag and everything for all the supervisory organization. First one is the supervisory org. I will go to my support and then explain. It makes it easier. Alright. First and foremost, this particular template. Everything, if you see all of these, most of these values that you see over here type will be seen as reference IDs. This is one topic that I think I had missed explaining to you guys also. There is something called as reference IDs for every object. For every object, be it a supervisory organization, location, cost center, condition, rules, calculated fields, everything in Workday has something called as object reference ID or, in short, reference ID. I'll just quickly touch base on that. And then I'll proceed on to that, the rest of the topics. First, up for every object type, we have something called as reference IDs. How do I get to that particular reference IDs for my organization? It is directly available over here in the top. In the top it says supervisory underscore organization 65253. It is just a random number that is actually generated by Workday. It's a sequence number which is generated by default. However, if I want to edit it, I can definitely edit it. No hard and fast with that. And this, like I said, this particular reference ID is available for every single object, including worker position, location, company, cost center, calculated fields, condition rules. Every type of object in Workday has something called as or reference IDs. And it is unique. That is why, just recalling back to what I was just telling you earlier some time back, I can have multiple organizations by the same name. By the same name. By the same name. Locations by the same name. Rules by the same name. The only difference that should be there is your reference ID. Only your reference ID should be distinct. It can never ever be the same. And how do you actually view and edit your reference IDs for every object? Go to the relevant actions. Go to related actions. Come down all the way. You will see here something called as integration IDs. And again, integration IDs are nothing but the same IDs. What you will be passing it on to an external vendor when you are sending the data across to a third-party interface. Because every integration or your reference ID is going to be unique. It doesn't serve purpose for me to it doesn't serve any purpose for me to actually send across the name of the supervisory organization or your location or your calculated field or your rule. That is why we use something which is unique. And by unique, we can have only one ID, which is going to be your reference IDs. Your reference IDs are always unique. And the way I view it is to any object. Not only this, it is available even to the type of my organization. even to the type of my organization for supervisory organization. I can go to this particular relevant actions over here and I can go to integration IDs. I can view the IDs over here. For every object, this is an organization type. For organization type, I have an organization type ID which is called a subordinate, which is nothing but the one for supervisory organization. For every type of object, we have something called as a reference ID. The way I view it is I go to any object. I go to the menu integration IDs. And then I go to view IDs. BDs. It says the value here as reference ID and the type of this particular ID is organization. Reference ID. Similarly, for a calculated field, you will see the type as calculated field. For a condition rule, you will see this type as condition rule. Here for this particular organization type, you see the organization type ID. And similarly for every object, you will see something called as reference ID type and the corresponding ID. And in any external integration or inbound integration, be it an outbound integration or an inbound integration, we always go by only the reference IDs because reference IDs are always unique. Whereas your object names need not be unique. Hope it makes sense to you. And where we are going to be, at the place where you're going to be using this is mostly in your outbound interfaces or your EIBs, outbound EIBs or inbound EIBs. We are going to be using it over here for any object references. For any object references, we will only be referencing the object via the reference ID and not by the name of that particular object because reference IDs are always unique. They can never be two objects with the same reference ID. Got it? Clear on this, guys? And if you want to edit it the same way, you just have to go to the menu called as Integration ID and say Edit Reference ID. Here it says Supervisory Organization -625053. If I want to edit it, I can give it something else as well. I will usually give it as the name of the organization. I will say Test RMP1. I can give it the way I want to have it as well. Alright. I will just go and edit it over here. The reference ID is edited. Clear on this? Any questions? If you see here, the organization ID over here is also automatically edited. Only in organizations, you will get it over here for the rest of them. You need to go to the integration, ID or reference, ID menu. And one more thing I just want to teach you, coming back to reference ID is, if you want to view the reference IDs directly, there is a task which is called as View Reference IDs. Alright. And here I can give any business object that I want. For example, I'm giving calculated fields. For calculated fields, I will not get it over here. Let me pick reference IDs for condition rules because we have certain other menus for specific ones. Let's go to maintain reference IDs rather than going to view reference IDs. Because view reference IDs is going to be a little different. I would rather pick maintain reference IDs instead of view reference IDs. Use for all practical purposes, use view reference IDs. That's better. Alright. Here let me go to Cal fields. Have they restricted it in by ways? Yes, they've restricted it. Let's better use this Because I'm sorry. No, because I think there are some restrictions which have been placed over there. Let's use integration IDs task. That's better. For integration IDs, I just put it like calculated fields. Whichever calculated field that you want to use, just use this particular option over here. Or let's say lookup related values. Lookup calculations. I'm just picking lookup values or lookup related value expressions. Alright. Nothing available. Alright? Alright. Let me pick a business process definition. All these are derived. Just trying to get something which is going to be more relevant for you. Oh, calculated fields. Let me take locations. That's much cleaner and easier. Alright. Let's pick the location that we have over here. The locations that you created because I wanted to show you something else. But there's some restrictions. For every location that we have separate IDs over here, which is called as the reference ID, the one that I was just talking about. For every location that we have created, it will have an appropriate location reference ID, which you can use in predominantly all your calculations or your external, or that is outbound or inbound EIBs. That is specifically what I've used over here as well for the supervisory organization. Coming back to my create position table, first for the supervisory organization, I've just filled it out based on the organization ID. The next important field is going to be your posting title and job description. And then rest of them are not mandatory. I'm just quickly skimming across to the next level fields. The other fields are not necessarily required, which means if you want to have them, you can possibly have them. Otherwise, it is not required. All these, the skill set, skill metrics and everything. If you want to have it, you can have it. And the next most important date is going to be the date on which you want to have the availability date, skill date, as on whatever date. Availability date. As you all know what is going to be the position's availability date from when I want to have it. And if I want to have the earliest hire date, I can have it populated. Otherwise, it's going to automatically get it from availability date. Next, my job profile, which is always important. And again, I picked a sample job profiles reference ID. The same way, I'll just show it to you here as well. Go to integration IDs. I just pick job profile. Alright, I have all my IDs over here. Let me pick the value that I have for 5100. If I filter it based on the ID, this is the job profile. And I pick the instance of consultant. And it has the appropriate reference ID of 455100. That's a reference ID that is for the consultant job profile. I've used the same thing over here as well. And the location again for location. I picked the San Francisco's reference ID, which is again San Francisco _ site. Alright. And rest of the fields are not mandatory. Just a few fields which are mandatory over here. I picked only those which are mandatory. And rest of them are non-mandatory fields over here. Alright. Similar to how we create it in a real world. supervisory organization positions. And when I load it across, I'm going to be having all my positions created over here. Manager N1 all the way till 13. I've created 13 different positions over here right now using the EIB template. Clear this far. Clear this far. Today I'm going to be discussing the entire end-to-end activity. And the way I want to go about with this is we're going to be discussing the entire activity. It's an end-to-end activity. Here we go with this. This is more or less an end-to-end. The first one, we start with a company and a cost center. What they've asked us to do is first, they've asked us to create a company. And again, they've given it as Apple Hospitals Remitter. Take it as a supervisory organization as well. It is not only the company, probably a jargon mistake over here. It's this company, but it's not only a company. It's also the SUPOG as well. The main SUPOG and the ROR that you're going to be creating is going to be called as Apple Hospitals Incorporated. And the company currency is going to be INR. You'll be creating one company, SUPOG ROG. Everything will be named as Apple Hospitals Incorporated. That's what you're going to be doing. And I hope everybody knows how to create a supervisory organization. First, I'm creating a company. I'm just creating a company over here right now. And let me create a ROG as well. I'm creating a ROG. Apple Hospitals Incorporated. These are small tidbit stuff that you need to definitely understand. Please never ever miss this. Alright. All your organizations, whatever you create, should always be effective. 900 only. No exceptions. Alright. I've created my ROG and I'm going to create my company right now. Going across next. Automatically, my availability data is going to be 11-1900. My company name will also be Apple Hospitals Incorporated. That is how you should do it as well. It should be everybody. Otherwise, tomorrow nobody can view which company you're going to be part of. When you create a company or a reorg or a support, please put it as everyone unless it is mentioned. The reason, or if in a real world scenario where I might possibly use role assignments and everything, is when I'm going to be creating a company exclusively for a specific geographic location. Only if I'm going to create a specific geographic location, wise company in SUBOG and everything, especially in EU and some other isolated remote countries, only then I will use any of these options. But by default, you can put it as everyone. Alright, clear on this. All of this is fine. And all of these role assignments are going to be coming up automatically. Nothing else to be done over here. Clear on this? Clear on this? I will make it exclusive to me that I can understand. Those who are also doing it along with me, just follow the road. It's going to be good. Alright, all that is completed. I've created the company. Next, I go to cost centers. Alright, see here. All my organizations, whatever I create, are going to be having my availability data as 11-1900 because my reorg is set up with 1-1900. Always follow this particular route. Never ever deviate from this. Alright, clear on this. Alright. And one thing I want you all to know is, since you also assign the name, I would also put my reference ID as the name of the organization as well. My reference ID of my cost center will also be the same as my name. Remember what I taught you about the reference IDs yesterday. For my company cost center support, whatever I create, ensure that the reference ID is also the same as the name. That's going to be an additional brownie point for you. Alright, clear on this? And I hope everybody knows how to add or edit the reference IDs. Alright, I'm going to be creating a cost center hierarchy. I'm going to put it as CC Apple. And I'm going to add something like test Anand. Subtype is going to be a hierarchy. Now I'm also going to edit. Oh, not the external IDs. I'm going to go to integration. ID. There's some reason. Just going to this. Sorry guys. My mouse is just freezing, then at there. Alright. I've created my cost center hierarchy as well, right now. Next, I'll be adding a member to this particular cost center hierarchy. How do I do it? In here. In any search that you get over here, you can either include the name of that particular object. I'm saying business object because it could be anything, or you can also include the reference ID of that particular object. Either way, it is always going to be the same. Either you can use the name of this particular business object, or you can also include. You can use the reference IDs over here. I'm not getting this one. I should be getting it over here as a member. Did a mistake over here. I get it. I should have put it over here as. I should have put it over here as a member and everything. See, you put it over here as a member and you also put it as a hierarchy. See cost center. Hierarchy is nothing, but I'm including multiple organizations in a group. I'm adding multiple organizations over here as its members. And second thing is I'm also building an organization chart with this particular organization, which is a cost center hierarchy organization. While we build the cost centers, the next thing we are going to be doing is location hierarchy. Apple Hospital is another location hierarchy that we need to create. And that particular location hierarchy will have all of these locations over here. VUEB. And I'll give you the EIB name as well if it is available. Or if you guys want to use an EIB for all of this, be my guest. Alright? I don't know if that EIB has been created. Inbound, create location. Somebody has created this already. If you want to clone it, you can clone it and use your own. Transformation here is correct which is put locations. Over here, this is the EIB which you can possibly clone and use your own flavor to load locations. And the way it happens in a real world is first, I'll be creating all the locations over here. Pune, Hyderabad, Kolkata, San Francisco, New York, Los Angeles. Next, I will create Apple India location hierarchy. And these three as the members to it. Next, I will create Apple USA location hierarchy. Add these three as members. Then the last thing I would do is create the superior location hierarchy, Apple locations. And add these two as my subordinates. Makes sense right now? Alright, let's jump to the next address, the next location. I'm just going to be for convenience sake. I'm going to be creating one address for Pune. And one more thing, guys. Thank you. And in your location, what is the purpose of time profile? Work hours related. Everything is going to be defaulted from your time profile. Especially for your time tracking module. This is where it's going to be coming in. Alright. Moving. What is the error that I got now? Only one address. And now I've created my locations. Next thing, I'm going to be assigning it to a location hierarchy. I'm going to assign it to a location hierarchy. Let me create a location hierarchy in the first place. Then I'll come about with this. And then I have a question for you. Now over here, I'm going to be adding assigning locations over here. Now I'm going to be adding my locations. Apple India. Right. I need to create this. Pune and San Francisco. Which Pune did I create? Let's see. Alright. Then I add San Francisco. Too many of them. It's my members. Then I'm going to be adding a superior supervisory organization. I need to create that one as well. because usually in this particular option itself, we will have the option to create it. It's not available. I'm going to be adding it. I'm going to say the name, subtype. Alright, I'm just going to be putting this. Let's move on to the next thing. I hope everybody knows how to create this location hierarchies, cost centers. I'm skipping regions and supervisory organizations for now because you know we are like on top of the hour right now. Because I just want to finish it as quickly as I can, the entire thing. I hope everybody knows how to create supervisory organizations, regions and everything. Right. Next, set organization default for all your supervisory organization for company cost center and your region. Here, they have not mentioned your supervisory organization, but create a supervisory organization by the name Apple Hospitals Incorporated and assign your default company cost center and region as the one that you have already created. Probably, you can choose for your region defaulting. You can choose it as Apple India region. And for your location, sorry for your cost center, you can choose any one of those cost centers which have already been created. And your location, you can choose any one of your location as per your choice. And your region everything, you can choose these as default ones. Thursday Apple Hospitals, that is the support, has decided to use position management for all the organizations except Genie and General Medicine. I think where are the departments that they have given? Have they given the departments over here? Have they not given the departments over here? Probably they missed departments over here or supervisory organizations. Probably what you can do is you can create 3 departments. You create general medicine, gynae, and you put it like pediatrician. These are 3 departments or department supervisory organizations that you want to create. You can create it under the same support called as Apple Hospital Incorporate, which we have created. That is going to be the support, and you are going to have additional departments under that. And these 2 organizations will use staffing model, which means Genie and General Medicine will use job management based staffing model, whereas the others will use only position management based support. Probably you can pick the supervisor organizations from here. See, they put like Apple Hospitals Executive Group and then Admin Nursing Pharmacy, General Medicine, Gynae Finance. That's it. We have all these supervisory organizations and your top. You can pick the list from here. From the supervisory organization, you have hospitals, executive groups, and then you can come to admin, nursing, pharmacy, general medicine, gynae, and finance. And like here, what they have mentioned over here is your gynae and general medicine is going to be job management based. Whereas the rest of the departments, rest of the supports or subordinate supports are going to be position management based. Clear after all? will be Kolkata. Get what I'm saying? Get what I'm saying? It will be the location of the manager. When you create the Apple executive group, when you create this particular Apple executive group as a surprise, the organization pick the location of the manager. That's it. And when you create it for Apple hospitals, it's obviously going to be Kolkata. Executive group is also going to be based out of Kolkata. And when you're going to be having an organization for which Rajini care, for example, you're going to be creating Apple admins, supervisory organizations. Location is going to be Pune, the primary location. But when you hire that particular person, he's going to be based out of Kolkata or San Francisco or wherever. You want clear on this, guys, how to go about with this particular exercise. It might sound a little bit daisy, but you have to read the paper or you have to read the entire activity. Probably you may have to make some few trips from page 1 to 4 and back and forth. Alright, clear on this. And the final one, this one over here, manager, leader, name should appear in the supervisory organization name. I'm sure everybody knows how to do it. Next, individual organization assignments should be based on employees, supervisory organization and not on workers. Location of this is all basic and whatever we have done in C D9 is the same. You. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel.